we go. Let's see how well this works out. Both this awful area and the fact that I'm going to be spending at least a big portion of this session standing as an experiment. The hardest part about standing is probably going to end up being the fact that I can't always tell if I'm still in frame in the camera. That's going to be the big kicker. Now we can open level 3 doors. And he's gone. Okay. Not really sure how he ended up there like that, but, you know, is what it is. So now we can open level 3 doors. That gives us a backtracking angle, which doesn't really matter. Not really sure what level 3 doors gain us, per se. Aside from, I can get a chest now. Like, there's a level 2 door down there I need to go to. What it looks like, but I only see the level 3 door that leads to a chest, so I'm kind of confused what the point of going and getting level 3 doors was. I mean, I'm sure it's one of those things that it'll make sense later, but... just seems a little weird to me right now. Keep forgetting that those fishmen really goddamn hurt. Come on out of the ground, you coward. There you go. All that for some rock, you're right. Not sure it was worth it. We may as well go back to the save point and fix the damage. Now, there's that whole area over here. There might be a level 3 door in there. We can easily warp past this fuckery. Get there. So there's that chest up there as well that I should look at again. Oh, right, we need the water thing here turned on. I'm assuming, yeah, there's nothing I can do with this form for it. Though it's still very strange to me that that slime path just kind of ends there, even though on the map it shows it connecting. Very weird. Very, very weird. I'm thinking that might be the best course of action for us right now. Would be to go back down here, go into that big section there, and see if there's anything to find. I don't know if this is a good idea, because I don't think this is necessarily a way forward. And it also means I have to go back past all the exploding squid faces, which may or may not be a problem. In fact, I think that's why we didn't explore in there, was the horrifying squid faces of doom. Oh, I got paralyzed in midair. Okay. I was trying to figure out why I suddenly stopped when I tried to dash, but paralysis makes sense. Yeah, that whole area is just a maze of those things. Okay. That makes a bit more sense why I didn't really dig into that. I also might not be able to get up there. That is a possibility. Because I can't get in through that tube in any real capacity. And slime form can't wall jump, so it's not getting in there that way. So we'd have to get past these things to get in. There is a chest up there. So what I can do... Except I apparently don't have any. I was gonna say I could use an invisibility potion to get past the exploding guys, and that's probably what you're actually meant to do, is use use a invisibility potion. Because that's too constant. You don't really have a solution to that. That's a little much. Just a little much. Let's go ahead and stock up on invisibility and give it a shot. Well, that deactivated fast. Hold up. Is that gonna be useless? So the user attacks someone or takes damage. I guess since I was in the middle of being attacked, that's why it didn't work. Yeah, that or it lasts only like a second, which would be trash. But we'll find out in a moment here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hop up here. Oop. I hopped up too far. Get here. Thing is, I don't see me either. Wow, yeah, that does not last long at all. That is terrible. Okay, there's gotta be a solution to those things, because there's no way in hell that you're gonna be able to use invisibility potions to get past that. But that does at least prove that dealing with that is currently not worth... Ah! There's the level 3 door I missed. I knew I just had to be not seeing a level 3 door somewhere. Because it's almost always that simple that I just did not see it when I scrolled around the map. Oh, come on. They just expect you to know that you're gonna have a problem there, I guess. Okay. Not a big fan of what I'm seeing here. Ooh, not a fan at all. Okay, it's not random at least. It does make sense because it's connected to that. That is going to be a bit of a bastard to get past, though. Especially when it doesn't fucking come along. Okay, we can cling to it and it counts. I was worried that my head was going to get hit because it was sticking over. Ow. Yeah, slime cannot use potions. That's what I was afraid of before. Standing on it's a bad idea. I need to be under it. The reflex of riding a platform definitely was kicking in there. Ow. Motherfucker. And of course they switched it up with that one. I was not paying attention. That also was not worth doing. I mean, it got us some more resources, but it's not resources I care about at the moment, at all. So, ugh. I'm gonna buy these vials of invisibility again, just in case I do actually find use for them at some mysterious forward point. So I guess our only play is to go down there. Because we last went through there when we really didn't have much of anything. So that might be the key to victory. Or it'll be another pointless sidestep that doesn't do us any good. Only one way to find out. So I would just follow the thread of where we were, but the problem is the thread of where we were ended. It pretty much ended off directly at where we stopped. Because it led back to where we were. I think we didn't have the ability to swim yet when we were over here? No, we got the ability to swim when we first got in here. So I'm not sure why I didn't go in here. Aside from probably the usual answer of I was running for my life. So we were not under that much of a threat in this place, for the most part. Aside from myself. I'm not sure. 4 more levels before we hit 30, so I may as well spend it on one of these. I did electrify the water I'm sitting in, which is not ideal. Both of these doors are level 4. So this was a kind of pointless side trip. I hate being right. Can I just say that? That I just really dislike being correct about everything I don't want to be right about. So we can get up there. That might get us somewhere. It'll just get us chests. It doesn't, like, actually do something productive. That door's shut, so we can't get through there. Actually, did I go through the big sealed door? The one we went all the way around to open the buttons for? Was that how we got tier 3, or were we going to go there and I said no, because I wasn't feeling well? I've already forgotten. So just give me a moment to scroll over the map again and see, to make sure I didn't miss a level 4 door machine somewhere. Since I almost missed that level 3 door thing because of when we stopped yesterday. So there's the level 2 machine, and we just saw the level 3 machine. Since they've both been fairly high up, I would assume, if they maintain the pattern of how they've been moving them, because you'll notice this one's on this layer, and then level 3 is down here on this layer. That would logically then mean that level 4 would be on this layer somewhere. Quite potentially right in there, in that gap I'm pointing at with the middle of the camera. Which means I actually want to go over there, turn into a slime, and go in that hole. Because I'm running out of other choices. So we can just trek our way over there right quick. Worst case, it doesn't actually lead anywhere, but it actually gets us a little more treasure. Treasure is always acceptable, even if it isn't a priority. Which I know, for people who know me saying treasure's not a priority must be a wild thought, but compared to getting out of here, it's a secondary. So I want out of this hellhole. Just really fucking sucks in here. Because the thing is, thematically and design-wise, I like this place. It's very interesting. But in terms of traversal, it's a huge pain in the dick. It's also maybe just a little too big. Because if you think about it, we've already gotten the two game mechanic things from this place. We got the orb, and we got the other thing. Also, this is why we didn't go in here. We can't actually get in there. Unless we need to figure this out somehow? Oh, here's a thought I just had. And I really don't like this thought. But what if the slime can go in the bubble? It can't. Okay. That solves that at least. Okay, I can move the block a little closer to the edge. But I'm pretty sure that metal band there means that that pipe's closed off to us entirely. But just in case, I'm gonna make absolutely sure, you know, when I can eventually line up this goddamn jump. And no, I'm pretty sure that was the one. If any of them were gonna work, I'm pretty sure that would have been the one. Yeah, this is not looking like it's gonna do anything. So, stupid answer number 3. Yeah, can't just blast those off. Okay. Stupid answer number 4. Aha! It's intended for bombs, not for me. Things I did not consider. Because, you know, this was the other major mechanic we got in here, was the pig bombs. Now, is there a timer when that turns off? Now that I've noticed that? Or is that just kind of going? I think that's just kind of going. So that's not going to get us anywhere. That begs the question then of how do we do this? Oh, that's what the block's for. Okay, I think I get it. You stand here, you send the bomb on this side, so he goes along that wall, goes down there and hits that button. Sublimely simple once you realize which tool you need. That could have been broadcast to the player just a little better, because of the fact that these grates have no indication of what they're for. They're just blocked to your known means of traversal until you remember you have the pig bombs. Which in most cases would be fine, until you consider the fact that we have a lot of sub-weapons at this point. I'm not saying they make it obvious, I'm saying just the first time you encounter it, have there be even the slightest signal to hint at it. Of course, if I was doing this in one sitting rather than in spurts each day, I probably would have caught on to that better too, which is why I'm not really harping at it too much. Though, it still bugs me a bit. Get back over there, I'll explain the rest of the thought. There's that whole network of tunneling up there. If it's only for the pig bombs, then why is there so much more tunnel there? You know? That seems odd. seems like an odd choice. Seems like a really odd choice. But in the end, we proved that that was pointless. It just got us another shard pouch, which leaves us this area over here full of the exploding nonsense. And going further into bubble hell over here. We're figuring out why I didn't go higher in that room. The one that's now centered on the screen. I'm assuming I just couldn't climb any higher. But given the layout of that, that almost looks like you'd have to go higher. Because you have to be able to go up and over to get into this room on the left there, then get into that room, get on the other side of that door and open it. But considering the machine to get level 3 access is right there, I would have to assume that level 4 access isn't going to be in there. Which leaves level 4 access being up there. Which would be weird but possible. Level 4 access is unlikely to be there, because I would think that would be too close to where level 3 access is. Level 4 access could be in there. So it could easily be tucked like in that little side room up top there. Hell, it could even be right there, in that little side room on the bottom. Though looking at it, it might be right on the other side of that level 4 door there. Because you probably gain access to opening that door, that locked one up the top there, next to the slime pool. You probably get into there from the back side of one of the other rooms over there, or on this side. And then you use the level 4 key to open your way back out. I mean, that makes some sense, but I think that's not right. I think that's me grasping at straws, trying to find a solution to where we need to be. I think right now our most likely suspects are this room here and this area in here. Even if it is right next to 3, I think it will lead us to something. Like, it may lead up there. Or third option, I warped away at a bad time looking for other things, and I may have missed a flag, triggering the guy with the wind orb to show up to do something. That's always a possibility, too. Since I don't think I actually walked into this room after we stopped. Actually, no, I did, because I had to have opened that level 3 door in order for it to be grayed out. So we did walk through the door. So if anything was going to trigger off that, it should have. There's not a guarantee that it just didn't work. That wasn't an option for it happening, that is. As much as I hate exploding Squidland, it really feels like that's the place we need to be, is in that giant chunk we didn't do. I'm just not sure how to handle that situation. Because invisibility potions don't work, we can't kill them. They do 10 damage each time they pop, and there's a bunch of them in a clustered space, and they all can take a turn hitting you. So that's more than half your health gone 9 times out of 10 before you even know what's happening. Also, kind of sucks that there's no save point immediately near it. I'd have to either go all the way down from there or go all the way across from there. It's not the biggest deal, but it's inconvenient. Not that this game hasn't been pretty big on inconveniencing the player anyway. I try to do it the easy way, and the game just immediately tells me to go fuck myself. I also can't do it the way I was before anyway, since I moved the block out of there. Because, you know, smartest man in the room around here. And that's only because I'm the only one in the room. I'm just not gonna deal with it, Squid Boys. It's not worth it. They will do a ridiculous amount of damage to me for no real benefit. I mean, I guess that might be an option, is I might need to bait them out of position and then go through. Because there's the section of them that's over here, and then there's another bigger section of it up top. And that's the other thing, is they're also surrounded by fucking spikes. So you've got to navigate past the spikes, which then leaves you vulnerable to being hit by them. Yeah, no, there needs to be another solution for that area at the very least, because we can't go high enough to get there. Not while still being pursued by those things. And that's the third thing, is that their detection radius is really fucking long. Dispose of her. Okay, I see something else I need to do now that we understand that the pig bombs work the way they do. I just need to stop getting pelted by 1,001 fucking assholes. Did we or did we not literally just kill this? So I'm pretty sure I just killed a electric siren thing right in that exact same spot seconds ago. I don't think it respawned. I can only assume that there was a second one down there. But either way. Release the pig. That's incorrect. Okay. So how do I get the pig to be on the ceiling and have the pig going downward? I need him to walk down that wall and then go around and up to that button. So I would assume if I release the pig on this platform that I'm standing on right now, he'll just go across and then go up. That doesn't help. If I move the platform that I'm standing in front of, this thing, out of the way, then he has nowhere to go. So that doesn't help. The only thing I can think of is releasing him up there and then running ahead of him. And that's just crazy enough to work, but I don't think it will. But it's just ass around elbow enough for this game for it to make sense. Because you basically just have to lower this thing enough that you have the time to make that move. Yeah, but I need to be faster than that, ends up being the problem. Either that or I need to release the pig further back. But then I run the risk of him not having enough room to make it to the point he needs to. Ooh. All of this is a lot of really tight, fiddly timing, and I'm not even sure if I'm correct. Come on. Yeah, see, that looked like that should have worked, because he spun the thing, so we're very close. And I think I know exactly what I need to do to cut that last little bit of time. Because what I'm doing wrong is I'm jumping. I think I need to just dash off. Or he's gonna do a headstand across the fucking block and run away. Okay. Sure. Fucking Robo-Bacon. The other option is I'm doing this wrong entirely and there's a different solution. And actually, I think there is. I think there might just be a really dumb solution to this that I just saw. Because what you do is you raise that platform instead of lowering it. That's a possibility. Except for the fact that we can't really raise it that much from the look of things. So I don't think that's the answer. I don't think that's the answer at all. I'm denying my own theory rapidly. Because if you look, when we lower it as much as we can't possibly cross that distance. So either my first thought was correct, which kinda sucks, or there's another solution to this that I'm not seeing. Thing is, we don't currently, at least, have anything that can weigh a platform down. And you blatantly can't make this whole transition and still have the platform be lowered enough. And I'm like 90% sure that if I try to send it all the way up and around, he's just gonna either go down the chain hole there, or he's gonna blow up before he gets there. But I guess for sake of argument, let's try that. See if he even makes it here. Yeah, see, he's getting ready to pop already. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought, though. He popped right in front of the button. So that might actually still be correct. Worst case, we'll have to go back and find more bombs. Which, the other option being I just die trying to get past Squidland again. Which, death over there is highly likely, so not too stressed about that idea. But I feel like we need that extra time that sending him around the loop grants us. We just need to be, like, as close to the wall as possible. Yep, so now he's blinking, and yeah, that's exactly what you need for that. Okay. But, as you see there, it's only for another Dark Crystal. So really, in the end, we wasted our bombs anyway. I'm assuming we don't need those Dark Crystals mechanically here, since we weren't told anything about needing that yet. There's no guarantee, of course, that we don't. I'm just blowing smoke for the most part on that one. Now there's an oddity. The map says there's a vertical shaft above my head. Meanwhile, we can blatantly see that there's a wall there. So is the map inaccurate? Or is there something else going on with that? As you can see there, it is blatantly a wall. Just like this is blatantly pain. Game, please. Okay, we got that much done. This place just sucks. Okay. We made it through that problem. The biggest issue we have, mostly anyway, is now getting back out alive. Which it looks like we can be sneaky, go into slime form, and go underneath this whole problem. So, as you might imagine, that's exactly what I'm gonna goddamn do. I'm gonna turn on regeneration, go slime, and fucking get the hell out of here. Oh, those things like the slime anyway. Okay. That actually helps immensely. So it's just the shrimp that are gonna want me dead. Well, son of a bitch. I knew there had to be a stupid solution to dealing with these fucking squid boys. Turns out, it just be a fucking slime. Which, in the end, really only makes sense because of the fact that it's a power you get here, so of course it would be useful for this. Oh, it's a sub-weapon. Okay. And that's where that hole is. Okay. So, as nice as all of that was, that doesn't actually help us. Unless that sub-weapon can actually be used to, like, freeze water as well, and grant us access to something. That said, I've considered my options, and I have an idea for how to get whatever's behind those squids. And it's kind of the obvious solution in hindsight, except for the fact that it's going to be kind of a pain to get there. We just achieve slime form here, and run for our damn lives as little soldier slime. Which won't be too bad since the slimes and the squids are on our side now. The squid men apparently still hate us for some reason. But we can use the slime to get past here. Though apparently bumping into them still makes them want us dead. Huh. We can't really make that jump still, though. Yeah, that's still physically impossible, so this endeavor was still pointless. Okay. So it's gotta be that you get into there, at the other end of that slime tunnel, and get across. I'm not really sure how you'd go about doing that. But of course, you know, that's the point to a puzzle, is that you don't know how to go about doing it. It's like, crossing this is easy, you just double jump and dash across that. Just getting into the tube in the first place, I'm a little unsure about. So that's pretty high off the ground, so unless the slime can jump on boxes, that are the breakable boxes, that is, I think we might be kind of hooped on that one. The other option is it's a double-layered puzzle, and there's going to be a sand piece to this, too. Aha! Go, 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 go. Is that important? Ah, okay. And there we go. So that at least solves how we get that red chest. Which, well, we've gotten new accessories, so that's actually kind of helpful. Interesting that we have the option of jumping up. Oh, okay. That's how you get in there the easy way. You use the sand platform to jump the slime up there and then get past the exploders using the slime. And that's why there's the extra slime thing up there. I'll be with you guys in just a second. Okay. It's always important to keep up with people you haven't heard from in a while, because you never know when they'll disappear again. And you never know what they're dealing with. Now the question resumes of where the fuck are we going? There's that little bend in the tunnel up there, but I don't think we can... No, we already looked at that and we realized we can't get there, I'm pretty sure. We can check to see if that door's open now. That's about the only port of call we got left, is there's got to be a door that's open that wasn't before. So I'm still not sure if we actually checked if the... I'm not sure if we ever actually checked if the big door opened or not, because I don't remember where it was. And it gets real hazy when you're not doing it all in one sitting. As I've said multiple times. So I will say I do appreciate that they're starting to use puzzles that incorporate multiple orbs. Even if that was kind of an annoying sequence. I just appreciate the fact that I actually had to think about that one. Even if I did kind of find a way around doing it properly, as I do. By just bullheading my way through it. But when they give us so many healing resources and such, it's expected that people are going to bullhead their way through some of their issues. Yeah, we have to do this sequence again. So this one wasn't that bad. It was the other one that's rough. I'm still not sure what you're supposed to do about this transition here. Aside from, I guess you're supposed to manage to angle just right so you grab this, jump over, and tag this all in one clean sequence. One of those, I absolutely see that it's doable. I don't think it's necessarily worth the effort compared to taking the slight bit of damage and going through it much simpler. But if you're in awful shape health-wise, you probably would need to. Oh, that's how they electrify the water. Right. There we go. He's disposed of by falling down there, though he's gonna try to fucking poke my foot. So I probably should deal with him. Yeah, the water reduces our jump enough that we have to use this to get out, pretty much. Okay. Now, looking at this room again, since we're here. The bubble path, I don't think actually leads up to that chest. And I know it doesn't lead up to the top since we saw the robots going up there. there's also only 2 maps for this place. So since we've apparently missed the first fragment of the map, there may be information we're missing as well. So I know we only picked up fragment 2 of the map, as I can demonstrate in here. Sunken Lab Map 2. And it may be that you're intended to find Map 2 first, and it's meant to fuck with your head. I don't know if they'd do that. They might, but I don't think they would do that. It's also interesting that there's only 2 more spaces for quest items. I wonder if you're supposed to get rid of some quest items, or if there's only 2 more major quest items. Okay, this standing experiment works out reasonably, but I'm not going to commit to it for today. I need to adjust things right quick. So just give me one quick moment. I am going to mute the microphone so you guys don't get deafened as I move it. I just need something better to stand on if I'm gonna go the standing route for any real long amount of time. My feet were starting to hurt. Which is weird, because I can stand for long periods of time under many other circumstances. I just apparently can't stand that long on this section of carpet over here. Probably just not set up right. Not enough padding and all that. But you know, that's all in figuring such things out. Now I know we couldn't follow that robot to his conclusion before. I was just moving him for sake of moving him. I'll try launching myself out this way. Yeah, that's where one of the robots is. Okay. Dispose of him. Dispose of his friend. Hey, you'll notice it's a quick transition between standing and sitting, as far as the setup goes, at least. Because all I had to do was just move the camera and then tilt the microphone. So it at least straightens out easy. It's also getting hot in here is the other reason why I opted to sit down, so I can turn the fan that's under my desk on. So it actually, you know, hits me. Because otherwise I'd have to move that too, and it would just turn into a whole thing. This is much simpler. And this is one of those many things in life that doesn't need to be complicated. Especially since this is going to be complicated enough. There was nothing up here, yeah, okay. So there may be like a jump you're supposed to do across that or something. No, because we know where all the bubbles in this room that are constant are. Because they're all marked on the map. And then touching one of those spawns the rest of them. The question then becomes, what the hell am I supposed to do to get up there? The only thing I can think of is I just genuinely actually have to get that sequence done perfectly. Which is possible, because there is that bubble up there. So there's room for error because you can get off there probably and use that bubble along the left bottom to go up to the top left one. Let's follow that line of thought right quick and see if it leads us anywhere. And if this sequence turns into too much of a pain in my ass, like it was the first time, we can always use the fast travel. So that's a bit of a hike, so I'm gonna save that as a last resort if this really starts to piss me off. Because there's always the option of loading the game as well to expedite that. If they just made the bubble travel just a pixel or two longer, this section would not be so big a pain. I mean, I get that there's the option for some very exploitative play based on that, but at the same time, it's more important that your players can fucking enjoy the game than having it be perfect, as far as such things go. God damn it. There we go. Because we need this robot over here for that whole section, probably. Please, robot, for the love of God, don't want to go somewhere too stupid. Oh, you want to go somewhere pretty stupid. Oh, you want to go there. Okay. That's fine. Now, where do you take me? Okay, you take me to that one. Okay. I see where this is going. Yep, we need that other one right there. We specifically need this one to be in position for that whole sequence to go off, and that is going to be a motherfucker and a half to pull off. So we bring this guy into position. Because he's going to need to be in position down here. Wait a damn minute. Hold up. Something ain't right here. There's something here. Because you'll notice we can stand here, we can cling here. There's a door here. There's a fucking door here. But I can't open it. Bombing it didn't open it. There's gotta be like a switch or something that'll open this. It's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to do the whole bubble sequence to get over to him, but by the time you do the bubble sequence, he's gonna be on his way back. So there's gotta be something else you do to get him where he needs to go. Unless maybe that's for after you turn these things off? Or do you use these to go fast enough? Fuck. The thing is, this is such a timing-based pain in the ass that all it takes is just happening to end up back over there at the wrong timing. And that fucks the whole plan. Because he doesn't wait that long. You can't bubble travel to that bubble. Otherwise, this whole sequence would work just fine, because you could just poke around and then go across. And now he's just kind of stuck. There he goes. He got unstuck. Why can't you be stuck like that where I want you to be stuck? You know, That's an idea. That's a real stupid idea I just had, but it might actually fucking work. So you know how I have an evasion chance, yeah? Notice how I managed to avoid getting hit by the thing. We could, in theory, launch ourselves through this and get where we need to go just by pure chance. I just would need to hit my face against the wall enough times for the evasion to happen to trigger in our favor. If evasion even works when you're in bubble form. Which I can't guarantee, but it'll be really funny if it works. Ha! It worked! Suck it, video game. I've cheated at your mechanics, but it doesn't work because he's bugged out again. I'm real pleased with myself that that does work, though. Now we just need to do it again. With him not bugged out. And, you know, making sure we don't die in the process would help immensely. The thing is, this doesn't even really solve the problem. It just entertains me enough that I'm willing to keep trying it. But I absolutely understand if nobody else wants to watch me try this stupid shit. Considering this is incredibly RNG if it'll ever work. Which, actually, let's see if I can tip that scale in my favor. Because right now, I believe I'm only equipped with one thing that gives me any evasion. But I might not have anything else that gives evasion. Now, I've only got the 10% evasion at the moment. Though, I do probably want to put that on when I'm fighting going forward. Because this will make me do more damage, but this gives me free skills 1/3 of the time. So I'll need to keep that in mind. This does mean, basically, all things working out properly, that 1 in 10 times we'll fucking manage this trick. But, you know. The idea entertains me enough that I'm willing to bash my head against it for a while. You know, that's a thought too. But that requires a lot of repeated successes on the evasion roll. I think it bugged out again. Whatever. That's clearly not ever going to actually work. At least not for the robot. Now that I think about it, there is another way I can make use of that, though. So I can ride the bubble over here through this section, get out a lot quicker. Though in the end, I think it's not actually faster than the proper way to do this. And it certainly deals more damage to me to do it this way. So with regeneration on, I think we're actually getting a net profit on health. So I really should have been using the regen potions to begin with. But you know, hindsight's 20/20 and all that. Just gonna keep hurling my body at the water wall here. Eventually it'll let us through again and we can take our shortcut. I hope a lot of regeneration was actually, you know, still on. Pain. Life is pain. And by now, we would have been out of here if I actually did this properly. So it is good to know that if you stack enough evasion, you probably could actually cheat this whole layout pretty effectively. As it stands, I have very, very inefficiently set up, so it's bad. We're just beating our head against a wall. All for comedy value. I was giving regen a second to do its work. Okay, I'll try one more time, and if it doesn't work, I'll go do it normally. I was waiting for that to be the one that worked. Almost as if the universe was mocking me, as it normally does. Instead, we're gonna be just off fucking timing. Instead, so it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass. Of course, we get the evasion proc on that. When it's not at the right fucking... What the hell's going on with that? We made contact with the bubble and just told me to go fuck myself anyway. Did I make the game mad? Is that the problem? The game mad at me for my shenanigans? It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, see, if we had managed to make that evasion, we could have just gone straight up and over in one go. We need to somehow bring that robot across. And presumably then bring it up from there. But I'm at the point where I have to assume we have to turn some of these water nozzles off for that to be possible. So I'm just gonna stop fucking with that for the moment. So that door that isn't a door is bugging me. Because that might actually be the solution. Is getting into whatever the hell that doorway is. We went up and got door 3 privileges. The other reason I came back over here, aside from trying again to figure that out, as soon as I stopped hitting every wrong menu option possible, because I wanted to double save to make sure it saved my full health, since that was a thing this game always did, was not actually save the full amount, was I wanted to ensure that we had all the supplies we needed, and ensure that we had all the proper flagging done. It's just in case something weird fucking happened when we went over here, and I hadn't stepped in the proper spot, I wanted to make sure that that was all taken care of. Bloody hell, I'm all kinds of off kilter because of that fucking puzzle room. So where the fuck am I supposed to be then? Like, it's not normally that bad. Interesting that it's not showing that. That doesn't matter. I mean, it might be that there's just a bubble sequence to get over there and I didn't notice it. Because we now know that we need to get that last robot over there to get up there. That's been proven. The thing is, I don't rightly know how to get that last robot over there. And unless there's like a hidden path between that point and this whole area here, I don't think there's a reason we need to get up there. But the fact that it doesn't dead end at that chest does tell me that there's probably more up there. Which makes me wonder if I do actually have to get up there. But also leaves the question of, do I have to do it now, or is that a later problem? And I can't tell. I don't know. That's driving me a bit bananas. Because all I have is my suspicions. And not to toot my own horn, but my suspicions are typically right. And there's our problem right there. Because as I was walking back, I remembered that there was a grate sitting there. And I'm like... Because the thing is, they've had grates like that be there when it isn't something before. But at the same time, I was kicking myself about not checking that. But, on the bright side, I think we're good now. I think that's exactly what we needed to get the robot through, is he follows us in here. Yeah. And then we wall jump our way up, he goes over here, and then he flies into position. God damn it. But I guess at least we got there. We figured it out. I dislike this situation, but we figured it out. And that lends more credence to the level 4 door being up there. Fuck me! I do wonder why they thought it was necessary to make this place such a pain in the ass, though. Like, why did this whole room have to be this giant sequence of aggravating timing shit? Why couldn't there have been a checkpoint somewhere in here, or some kind of split, or anything? Also, why am I even fucking doing this again? We can go this way. This way is much better. This way is less of a pain. So having this be this precise a jump is also a bit of a bitch move. Because these robots are not very big. And I'm still torn as to whether this is even necessary. Okay. I've got a very good question still, though. The fuck? Specifically, how the fuck? How the fuck do they expect you to do that? And do they even expect you to do that, or am I still missing a robot? So I definitely feel like I'm missing a few things out of this situation. Like, I can only assume that they mightn't... Oh, I hate that. Why the fuck did I drop so hard off of that? Usually if you air dash like that, you are able to carry over a bit. But I dropped immediately. So I'm guessing it counted me as still being on the ground for the dash, and then it kind of ended when the ground ended. Which, that's a little shitty, but I get it. So that's gonna make that needlessly narrow. But that's most likely what you gotta do, is you gotta make a fucking dash, then double jump. Jump. Which is why this raises and lowers. And I suppose I could just step off of them as well, but... Ah! Thanks, hand. Thanks for not doing at all what I told you to. God. I'm not sure if I'll be madder if this proves to be necessary, or if this proves to be unnecessary. I don't like either option. In the real sense. This is a motherfucker and a half, one way or the other. And I honestly think that it's not even so much the jump itself that upsets me, I think it's the reset time that makes me a little annoyed at this. Because you have to do this goddamn walk of shame every time you miss that jump. And I really don't feel like that's called for on a jump that's that much of a pain in the ass. And of course, there's always the option that I'm misunderstanding something and I'm making it harder for myself than needs to be. I fully accept the fact that that's a possibility. But I'm not seeing a better option. Because if it didn't require a jump like that, you'd be able to just slide down this wall, dash across, and then jump again. You know, this robot might not even be necessary. Hey, Xeno. Well, welcome to my nightmare right now. God damn it. I will get somewhere eventually. This entire stream may turn into this single goddamn jump here. No, come back. Okay. I caught the ride this time. I didn't want to have to wait for it to slowly make its way over there and then make its way back again. Okay. So, jump, dash, jump. Ah! It's such a narrow fucking timing. Because as far as I can tell, I've got to jump off the little robot, dash under the ledge, then jump back up the other side of the ledge to get my jump back, and then make my way across to the robot that's on the other end. That's the only way I see to make this path workable. But this is some Celeste level bullshit going on here now. Which makes me very worried what later platforming challenges are going to look like with this game. Since apparently, from what I've been looking up, we're like halfway through this game. Not even though we have so much of the equipment. We apparently have a lot more time left. But the 40 or so hours may be more based on the previous version for all I know. or people taking their time to go get everything. Basically what I'm saying is how long to beat's not always a entirely accurate benchmark. Especially since there's only been like 3 people who have put in their numbers for it. And I don't think that's because only like 3 people have beaten this game. As, well, there's a couple caveats to that. One, I don't think only 3 people have beaten this game at all, and it could easily be as much as only 3 people have bothered to finish this game. And then the extra layer of only 3 of them bothered to post their numbers after doing it. There's a lot of options to that one. I didn't get my dash back in time! That was the right way to do it, but the fucking delay on being able to dash again. Ah. For reference, when I do that, I'm not actually angry yet. I've got a long way to go before I actually get angry at this. But oh, am I getting there? I am certainly not happy with this. This is certainly the kind of sequence where I'd start save stating just to save us the, like, extra 5 minutes of fucking traveling back around to it every time I fall. And I'm not saying the walk takes 5 minutes, I'm saying that's how much time I think we've lost total in all the times I've had to walk back around. And that's only going to keep scaling higher the more times I miss this jump. Unfortunately, it's high odds of me continuing to miss this jump. Ha! Fuck you, game. You thought you could prevent me from getting there? I say nay. You know, I'm starting to think that my plan for that might not be possible. What I'm doing may be physically impossible. As it occurs to me that I can't hang out on that wall long enough to get my dash back. Even though I did it just fine there. I got 2 dashes off that. I don't know. I may need to just, like, cling to that wall as long as I physically can, and just cross my fingers. Though it might be... Oh, actually, I think I might have been doing this the hard way, actually. Though that's a motherfucker of a jump in and of itself, too. Because what I'm thinking is I may be able to use my double jump by itself to wing my way around the corner there. That's a really tight jump, though. I'm not sure that's doable. I also don't understand why that's such a pain. I don't know why they didn't just make that slightly lower to not be as much of a pain in the ass. The way this sequence is laid out really makes me feel like this is optional. And if it isn't, I have some serious questions for the people who made it. Because requiring something like this really feels excessive. But given the original form of this game, and how unnecessarily durable everything was in the original format, I would not be shocked if this was 100% intended and 100% necessary. I'm not sure double jumping that's doable. But, this might work. Nope, that doesn't quite work. Because what I was thinking was dashing just ever so slightly earlier in the pattern for that jump to give myself more time for my dash to come back. I do need to redo that emote, though. Though, honestly, I probably should redo all my emotes. Or just do entirely new ones. Can I drop through these? I can. Ah, okay. I'm slightly being an idiot. Got it. We learned a thing that's gonna make this a lot easier. I had a sneaking suspicion I was doing something wrong with this. This is still probably more difficult than it needs to be. It's like, this might be a big part of why not too many people finish this game, for example. Is if this is required, a lot of people are just gonna be like, no, fuck this is not worth my time. Because there's a lot of people who play this genre not for the platforming challenges, but for the exploration and the combat of them. So, to just throw a massive platforming challenge like this at your player base, when you've really not required anything nearly this significant before it, is a bit of a blindside move, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. And having there be momentum on your dash is counterproductive to expecting your players to be making a move like that. Because you're basically forcing your players to have to fight their own momentum in order to line up with where they need to be. Unless I can just cross that gap in one go, but I don't think that's possible. Especially when I fuck it up like that. See, now I'm reaching the point where I'm just annoyed at myself for the way I'm handling this. Like, I'm in a weird space of I'm annoyed at the game for the way the platforming mechanics work. Is expecting you to make a move like that with a dash that's on cooldown for so long is not really great. And expecting that level of precision from kind of imprecise controls is also not great. And now we're gonna reach the point of doing this where I'm gonna be so impatient that I'm gonna make this significantly harder on myself. Because I just want it to be fucking over. Because we've been over here doing this shit for, I think, like 20 minutes or so by now, and I'm sure everybody's sick of watching me fucking bounce off of this rock. But I don't know where else to go, so I'm kind of at a bad impasse right now. Where I'm not really sure what else to do. Because with the amount of places we've been, I feel like this might actually be required. Which really sucks. Motherfucker. And the thing is, that is just such a narrow fucking window no matter how you do it. At least no matter how I've seen to do it so far. And maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's a fucking trick to it that I'm not understanding. But I find it unlikely. Because even with dropping through the robot, which I did admittedly only figure out later on in trying to do this. I just think that's that that's a little bit too precise for a game like this. Which makes it all the funnier that in a recent patch they reduced the difficulty of a platforming section in the last dungeon. You know, the one we had no real issues with. And yet this is still here. Is the honestly worst part about this is that this isn't even like a dangerous platforming challenge. This is literally just becoming a case of this feels like I'm wasting my time. Because I'm just falling and repeating, and falling and repeating. Nothing has changed. We're just still here, still doing this stupid jump. Motherfucker. And the worst part about it is I've basically got the movements down. It's just timing them the tiny frame that they need me to fucking time them. That's not working out. I don't want to say that they're asking too much, but I think it may be out of line with the way the rest of this game has been designed up to this point. Because this was not presented to the player as a precision platformer. This was presented as, like, a primarily Metroidvania with some significant combat. Neither of which involves this shit. Which is what makes me really wonder if what I'm doing is required at all. But I don't... like I keep repeating, I don't know what else to fucking do in here. Because we're still missing a door code. And my own momentum is my own worst fucking enemy. But the thing is, I can't prevent the dash from having momentum. I can't control it to that degree. Or if I can, I haven't figured out how. Like, I can cancel out of it early by doing the double jump. That much I understand and I have control over. But the fact that I continue to move forward after doing the double jump, I don't have that much control over. But I also understand that more than likely that very same momentum is intrinsic to the design for other challenges in here. So if they got rid of it, we'd be fucked no matter which way we looked at it. Like, at this point, I wish there was something that would actually kill me about this challenge, just so I'd feel better about it. Because right now, it really just feels stupid. That's the whole thing. I feel dumb every time I fall. That's about all that happens with me falling off of here. I fall off, and a part of my brain just goes, haha, idiot. You didn't do it at the right time, haha, idiot. That one would have been the one if I didn't jump too early. That was actually perfectly underneath the platform. That is probably what I need, is to get exactly under there like that. And then there's the fact that sometimes you'll achieve the wall animation and it just won't fucking stick. You'll just fucking fall off for reasons. So I mashed the jump button at that point to try to get him to fucking wall jump, and he just was like, nope, I'm gonna fall. I'd rather fall, boss. I'm gonna switch out of water form so I don't have the excuse of him being fucking extra slippery because he's a fucking bubble man. God damn it. The first, like, 20 times I fell, I was still having fun. I'm starting to question that at this point. Because as everybody who knows me knows, I do not like repetition. And this is just repetition connected with failure. The two things I like the least. Because I hate making mistakes, and I hate repeating things. And this is just a situation where making a mistake forces you to repeat something ad infinitum until you fucking get it right. Which, yes, that is most things, but still, this one's just particularly aggravating to me. Because I still have that sneaking suspicion that this is altogether fucking pointless. Like, I'm at the point where I'm genuinely tempted to look up whether this is actually fucking worth anything. To see whether this was worth the amount of time I feel like I've wasted doing this now. Because I can't get that time back for myself or any of you. But I'm genuinely worried that this was a waste of everyone's time. Especially when I just keep making the same mistake over and over again. Because nothing more can be learned. The only thing that can change is it happens to fucking be timed correctly once. And then even when I time it correctly, I might fucking drop the ball and fall right back down the hole anyway. Come the fuck on! The biggest part of the problem with managing to get that much tighter is it ends up being a game of trust between you and the controls of the game. You have to be willing to trust the game to do what you tell it to in that one frame that you need it to be done in. And any hesitation means you fail. And as we all know, I'm not the trusting sort, both towards a machine or a person. So, that's where a lot of the hesitation comes in that causes me issues with these kind of situations. Because it needs to be just a bam, 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 bam move. Just straight through. Perfectly. I don't think it has to be perfect. There is some wiggle room. There would have to be. Or they'd be fucking insane. Of course, it just happened to be all the way at the other fucking end. I just want to be through this fucking section so I don't have to look at this ever again. Like, I genuinely think the worst part about this is waiting for this stupid little floating platform. I have plenty of time to breathe. It's called all the time that platform is wasting of my life. While I'm standing here waiting for it to get here, and then when I'm standing on it, waiting for it to get me where I need to go. I genuinely think that might actually be the most frustrating part about this, is just the time it feels like the game itself is wasting for me. Because there's genuinely nothing I can do during those sections. I can only sit there and crouch while I wait for this thing to carry me under the damage line here. Or I can only stand over there and wait for it to get over to me to take me across that pit. Only to have me fall again, and then have to go back over here again, and then go back over there again. Do it all for the 50th time. It may not even be the 50th time. I lost count about 30 attempts ago. And for those who are worried, I'm not that frustrated yet. But I am very sick of looking at this screen. Especially when it's just this tiniest thing that goes fucking wrong and that throws the whole thing out the window. Meaning I then have to do it again. And then I have to do it again. And I have to do it again. And the thing of it is, there's also the knowledge that I'm probably gonna have to do this successfully twice, potentially. Because of the fact that there's also a chest on a lower platform over there. And I don't know if that chest is going to be reachable any other way other than doing this again. Because if you look, it's in a nook over there. And I don't know where we're going is going to lead. If it even leads anywhere. But I have no other leads at this point that aren't empty walls. Unless I can get to the top of that room somehow, but I doubt it. But in the interest of my sanity, I may as well check over there. Oh, right, never mind. That room is worse. I remember now. I remember why I didn't go this way. Because I gotta do this shit. Which is either platforming up it as it happens to be timed just right, or a lot of fucking ledge grabbing. Both of which are a gamble with the way this fucking game works. Like, this whole area is just a nightmare. Especially since this game loves to have you fucking climb up when you don't mean to. So you could quite easily end up climbing up unintentionally and getting knocked all the way back down to the bottom and having to do this whole section again. And this is also fully designed with my favorite thing of, oh hey, you have to wait around for something to happen. Oh, and you know, your jump just doesn't somehow end up reaching that ledge, because, you know, why would it? Why would that fucking count? Why does the area with one of the most interesting designs have to be the most heinous hellhole they've designed so far? Why do they have to ruin the positivity of this place? Is with sections like this. Why? Why do they have to be monsters like that? Oh, hooray. A feather of extending my suffering in this place. Oh, joyous day. Oh, for fuck's sake. And how much do I bet that robot's gonna take me back down in here if I activate it? Though there's also the very real possibility... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say there's the very real possibility that this robot will go back into that other room, and that would be the solution to our entire problem we've been going through. Though it still could. There's still a chance that it'll go in there. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I can tank it. God damn it. Okay, he's gonna take his time and go slow so I can actually go past him. You know what? Oh, come on now, game. Don't be a bitch. Come on. Come on. Yeah, no, actually, I think the robot is going where I'm afraid it's going to go, and I'm going to scream. Is this entire painful situation may very well be avoided by this robot with where it's going. And I'm going to be both so relieved and so incredibly angry. Yep, that was the entire problem. We didn't have the one robot we needed. I'm gonna mute for one moment. Okay. Now we're going to go do this again, and we're never going to speak of this again. And this is why I was so concerned and frustrated the whole time with this, is I was pretty sure this was how this story was going to end. And you know what the worst part about it is? The very jump I was trying to do is still going to be required for this. It's just going to be a little less of a problem. And I hate everything about that. I hate so much about this right now. And yet, I can't help but laugh at myself for being an idiot and not realizing that this entire time. And how much will I bet this robot here is now going to make that entire sequence pointless. Because he's going to go all the way down, isn't he? Yep, he's going all the way to the bottom. Because they just gotta rub salt in the wound. You bastards. The thing is, the spacing of all of that and everything about that screamed that there was going to be another robot, but I could not for the life of me think of where it could possibly be. Because I forgot that that room was there. So I was convinced that I had to go around. That I had to go around and actually make that jump that I was trying for so long to make. I'm about to have another moment, though. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You wanna know why I'm about to have that moment? Because this didn't solve our problem. This didn't solve anything of our problem. This was pointless right now. This was completely and utterly unnecessary right now. Which was exactly what I was afraid of, and I am yet again right about the things that upset me the most. What do I do? What do I do with this? I don't get it. Oh no. And looking at this map, I see a level 3 door, and I'm betting I know what's behind that door, and I'm about to hit my desk again. I will explain once we get there. Though those of you that have been paying attention to why I've been getting angry will probably understand immediately what that door probably means for us. And the fact that I keep finding more doors after I scroll the whole map about 6 times looking for a door we missed. And somehow I just keep fucking missing them. And I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. It's like, I scrolled past this. I absolutely had to have scrolled past this. So how did I not fucking see it? That's the frustrating thing. Like, the only excuse I can come up with, and I'm even going to acknowledge it probably being an excuse, is I must have assumed, given the layout of that area, that that door was going to currently be pointless. But what I'm betting is on the other side of this door, yep, is a very probably necessary switch. It's gonna open that door over there. As usual, it's some dumb little fucking thing that ends up making me waste over an hour of my time and everyone else's. Just because I didn't spot one stupid fucking thing. God, that is always so frustrating. If I just wasn't so fucking hard-headed about trying to make that jump, we probably would have been out of there an hour ago. Because we would have spotted the fact that there was a door, because I would have kept looking for doors. And none of that would have fucking happened. Oh, boy. Not that this is much better. Not that this is much fucking better at all. This is the kind of thing, though, that I was talking about when I was saying to a few people that I was worried where this game was going after some of the stuff we've seen. Because this is at least reasonably doable, but this is still pretty fucking nasty. I made mistakes. I've made horrible mistakes. Motherfucker. Use the feather. It's a fucking waste, but I don't feel like going through all this shit again. All because I wanted to get rid of the lasers or fucking thing. Should have just done from over here, but no. Brain's too on tilt from other shit happening. Need to fucking use my full intelligence. And now, more than likely up there is where the level 4 door thing is. Which is exactly what I goddamn expected to begin with, but I second-guessed myself because I didn't think we could get here. And I should have just checked it instead of fucking believing my own goddamn brain. Almost every time I believe that, I'm wrong. Let that be a lesson to trust your first instincts, people, because your first instincts are usually right. And you'll just make a fool of yourself like I do when you second guess yourself too much. Now we have a level 4 card so we can access every door in this place. You know, it's becoming a tradition at this point with dungeons in this game, and me getting lost for an hour, and then kicking myself as soon as I find the path we needed. Every single dungeon so far, we've done that at least once. Every single goddamn time. Okay. So we can go get that chest, but I don't really fucking care about that right now. Guess we're going down there. Or in here. Which our quest is actually over there. Which implies to me that I should go in here first. I just feel so fucking stupid right now. Yeah, I can get to that door easily enough without warping. I may as well just go down the slime tube. Oh, right, except this tube's still a fucking lie. Unless I can go in here somehow. No. I can go the other way, though. Hopefully none of that shouting was too loud for anybody's ears. I I tried to curtail it, but I can't guarantee that I got all of it. Though I would assume it was all fairly obvious that it was going to happen at that point. So hopefully anybody who needed to was able to cut the audio down on their own if needed. So from the look of things, that wasn't going to be that big a problem anyway. Okay, that just connects to here, which is what I expected. I just wanted to map that off and go check the other door on the other side of this. Actually, wait, why am I checking the other door? I know where that goes. It goes to the plot stuff. I'm just off-kilter now because of this whole situation. I have no intentions of stopping because of it, but it's gonna take a little bit of time to wrap my head back to a useful angle. Because as I've spoken on before, I hate when I get excessively frustrated. And I genuinely feel like I got excessive there. Especially since, really, none of that needed to happen that way. But I'm not going to keep ragging on about that. That's not going to be good for anybody. I assume I need to take a bubble path to get through here, won't I? Or not. Because this just leads out. Yeah? Yeah. So how in the hell... Is this a... I can't do this yet? Is that what this is trying to tell me? Because this definitely looks like a I can't do this yet. Because I need to lower that thing and I can't. Okay, I guess we're doing plot stuff first then. Because I could try to bang my head against that and try to figure it out. But it may be another case of we don't need to figure that out. It may even be relating to that. But I'm assuming that's just to hurt you if you fall too far. This is also suspicious here, though. So let's go turn into a slime and see if that grate actually leads somewhere, because they don't just put grates like that in the floor for nothing. They've not done that anywhere else. Hopefully this leads somewhere meaningful and helps me get over my mistakes. By catching something actually useful. Well, it led to an item, so at least that was well spotted. Good thing he came out of there, because I was about to electrocute myself because I wasn't thinking. Begs the question why there's another slime form spot here. So I'm assuming, yeah, I can't squeeze through those. Like, that just ends up being that whole plant and room situation all over again. So I suppose in some ways not as bad, because it wasn't as blindingly obvious. But still very frustrating. And I suppose at this point, maybe I should make a fucking little meme image of me looking away from anything important. I don't know how much use that would get. I'd probably only just be using it against myself. I don't know. Adriel, are you in here? We need to have a talk. This place doesn't feel right. Chief, it appears that it appears to be their main laboratory. Surely if we look at their research... Tone down the chit-chat, Bayou. I say we should take a peek at Badriel's studies. That's what I said. Chief, there are all sorts of things here, and it's all of it is beyond insanity. Focus on what matters, the curse of the barrage. But our problem is nothing compared to his other plans. Bayou, what are you talking about? Have you seen those murals? It looks like he's trying to hybridize saltwater and freshwater feasts. I must say, it does look a bit sinister. Is that half and down? What was that? Is it Badriel? We've been to every part of his laboratory and he hasn't turned up anywhere. Mr. Soldier Man, would you mind taking a look? Shouldn't we go with him? I think figuring out what's going on here is more important right now. And keeping yourself out of danger, I'm sure. Don't take your eye off those manuscripts. So please, if it's Badriel, tell us. It's probably gonna be him, but he's probably a bit worse for wear at this point, if I had to hazard a guess. Yeah, he's not looking great. Meddlesome Cretans! You should stay in that beloved city of yours while you still can. Did you think we face would spend the rest of our existence in a world like this? You're just as naive as I was in the past, but you'd better start forgetting about your feeble structures. Now it'll be you who'll have to adapt to my world. Because soon there'll be nothing but ruins under the raging storm of my revenge. Yep, he's gone a little crazy. Well, that's a self-solving problem. Project S, huh? Okay, it is weak to light, but there's gonna be a point where we're gonna need to turn into a slime to survive something. Which means we want this. I knew this item was gonna come in handy at some point. Wow, that attack hurts. He did crit me, so it makes sense why it hurts so damn much. Though he already does 30s to begin with, which is a little scary. Jesus Christ. Not sure how to hurt this guy without getting hurt. Because he's protected where his jaw is. Woof. This fight's gonna be a problem. It's worth noting that there's no straight defense stat in this game. I just want to make that clear right now. We can't directly influence our defense aside from elemental defenses. Because that shield stat is our stamina, which is our block ability. For those wondering if I've done the same thing I've usually done and completely forgone defense and that's what's getting me in trouble. The answer to that is yes and no at the same time. I have been foregoing my stamina, but that's because I don't actually use the block. Because the block has proven to be ineffective against a lot of my problems. Ah, okay, I see. I need to bait him into the other areas. Having him in the middle makes it really hard to hurt him. Got it. Or at least hard to safely hurt him. But he attacks based on where we currently are. So we need to do things like that to bait him into a more useful position. Okay. I can work that. I can work that angle. We're still gonna keep getting hit because of the position I have to be in, kind of. I suppose I could just be on the ground and probably be fine. I don't know what made his AI choose to go there, aside from knowing that I was gonna be there. But that, I think, was a little bit too much of a prediction on the AI's part. Okay, he's up there now. What does that mean? Ah, okay. Yeah. We need to go up here in order to get to him. It would help a lot if it would fucking jump to the right. I don't know what the hell was going on with that. It was just refusing to jump the side I was telling it to. I'm so glad that was so worthwhile. Hooray! Oh, and you spawn enemies. Great! Great, I love it. This is going to be such a fun fight. Hooray! Ugh. This is really taking a turn. Is, as I keep saying, I don't mind things being difficult. But I think this is difficult not in necessarily the right ways. Don't get me wrong, there's probably workarounds for a lot of the problems I'm having, but it's gonna take a few tries before we start figuring any of those out. And that part's okay. Having to figure out the fight is fine. But the sheer damage difference this guy does compared to a lot of things we've fought before is also a bit of a thing. Because he hits really fucking hard. But he has a giant fucking shark machine thing, so I kinda get it. Even if I don't like it. Why he does so much damage. But the fact that he also summons minions is a little not great. I don't think I like that added layer to this. Oh, and the fact that you can get stuck over here with him is also not really a good thing. Oh, thank God my evasion kicked in at the right time on that one. I have made mistakes. I'm terrible. I should have stayed in slime form until I could get to the other side of him so I didn't risk getting munched on. Because the thing is, we can do a lot of damage to him, but he can return the favor really well. Oh, boy. What the fuck are we supposed to do with this? Like, I see what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm not sure how to avoid damage in that situation ends up being the problem with that one. Because the thing of it is, if you could stay in those bubbles indefinitely, that would be fine. But I'm very worried we're gonna end up in a bubble, suspended in the air, in the middle of all of those lasers, and it's just gonna happen to let us go. And then we're gonna be forced to take damage, because there's not gonna be any counterplay to that. That's what I'm afraid of with that. Because on the one hand, that's the worst case scenario, on the other, that's the likely scenario. Yep, I had a feeling it was gonna just so happen the time to have him pop in the middle. Because the thing is, you have no visual indication that I can see, aside from those bubbles, as to when he's gonna... where he's aiming, at least. But I'm not getting much of a visual feedback as to when from those bubbles, especially since they spend a lot of the time off the screen if you're not at the bottom floor. And if you go high, he does the jump. So... I understand him mechanically. It's just figuring out the timings and everything on this fight that's going to start to be a bit of a thing. And thankfully, his minions are very easily disposed of quickly, but they're basically a trap. Because his minions are there to make you stay still long enough for him to hit you. Which, you know, again, mechanically that move makes sense. I just don't have to be a big fan of that. Because I'm not. And the fact that his bites from the middle cover like 90% of the arena is not great either. Oh, great. Okay, I did swap to the right one. I kind of nearly blindly got into the slime transformation. That's how much I've been analyzing this arena. The thing is, they made this a little too tight, so sometimes your jump arcs fuck you over. Okay, he's on that side. Honestly, I don't even need really form change to deal with his minions either. I can just power through them with lightning, so I don't waste damage time. See, no matter what you do to bait out him coming into one of these tubes, you basically take a hit. I haven't seen a way to not get hit doing that. And now we have this sequence that I'm still not really sure what to do with. Because if you miss, you're just kind of fucked. I'm just gonna chill here a minute and regenerate a bit so we don't die trying to do something here. Okay. So we go to the left. Like, this is very similar to the sand traps of the Royal Little Scorpion. Okay, he's just up there. Okay, that's not actually as bad as I... Ah, there's just a constant laser there, huh? Great, great, thanks, game. That's real nice of you. I'm so glad you chose to do that to make this more of a pain than it needs to be. By forcing the player to have to go the extra mile. Oh, and it just ends. Okay. Yeah, let's just have more shit be random and arbitrary in this game. Yeah, that's great. Love it. All about that. Let's just have more things not make any fucking logical sense, because the player will have no way of knowing what the fuck's going on with the fight anymore. Because he just decides at some point to drop down after doing that a couple times. The fuck was the point of that section at all, then? Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna be harsher on this fight than I need to be because I'm still so frustrated about what happened earlier. But I don't think I'm being entirely unreasonable by saying it's a bit bad to have him just suddenly decide to change what he's doing when normally a section like that is a until you damage the boss, this is going to continue. And without there being any kind of visual indication to the player that that's going to happen, you're more than likely just going to get hit. Because you're probably going to be stuck in the middle trying to climb the bubbles to get where you need to be. Not that this fight hasn't been a mess of bad visual indication anyway. Because I would almost say that the bubbles at the bottom of the screen are useless. Especially if you're in the middle of fighting the shrimp while he's down there, you have no real way of fucking seeing any indication from that in a good fashion. That at least is a good chance to clock damage. I'll give them that. That at least leads to something positive. Even if you're more or less guaranteed to take damage afterwards because of just how much fucking ground his attack covers. Oh, here we go. And why the fuck can he still have minions up for this? I mean, really now? That seems harsh. Oh, and the laser doesn't always fucking block the same side, huh? Okay. Sure thing, video game. Sure thing. I'm so glad you guys chose to design it this way instead of a fucking nicer way. Disposed of those. And the thing is, we keep coming real close to killing him. He's just a pain to damage in a safe and consistent way. At least as a caster. It might be easier for some classes on this one. This might actually be one that might like be much easier for the scout or something, since you could probably counterattack his bites. Oh, great, let's have the timing on that be wildly different, huh? Let's basically guarantee that you're gonna get hit by the laser at least once by not opening the fucking door until after the laser's already active. That's great, thanks for that, game. You've basically fucked me, and I'm so glad you did that. Like, what about that was fair? Honestly. That basically forces you to have to rush through that in a way that is not really that practical. Like, maybe I'm missing something, but
well,
that's...
he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
This fish certainly won't be missed. Like, look at that. He hit me outside of where his jaw actually is. That's another problem. Yeah... You've missed some things, Evo. You've missed me being very upset today. It's just been one of those aggravating areas. In some ways, yes. Honestly, if you want the real answer, in some ways, yes, it was worse than that. Because of the fact that it was literally just looping the same fall without even dying. It was just, hey, I'm wasting my life, and then I find out that I didn't have to do that at all. At least every bad section of Prinny was necessary. The shit I went through with this area today, I didn't have to do. I misunderstood something and fucking made myself look like an ass for about an hour. For lack of a better way of putting it. And while there were no complaints, aside from me being mad at myself, it's still not a great situation, on the whole. And add to that the fact that this fight really kind of sucks, and it's been a day. And sure, streaming games, there's gonna be days like this. That's just gonna be how it goes. But it's just frustrating, and I feel bad because I'm sure it's not the best to watch me just constantly be frustrated. And of course I can't get over this fucking thing's massive fucking head. So I'm just guaranteed to take damage, unless I wasted the entire chance I had to deal damage by fucking dodging past him. Like, and the thing is, I'm not even that upset about what happened in this segment. I'm mostly now worried about what's gonna happen in any segment going forward. Because if they're this much of a bunch of bastards here, I can only imagine what they're gonna be doing to me in every section after this. That's what I'm genuinely worried about at this point. It's like, it's reaching a point where it's overwhelming. Because there's just too much shit going on this screen. And considering they've already shown a tendency to not be able to read their audience particularly well in terms of balance until after the fact, this easily could get as bad as it was pre-patch later on. Just in terms of they don't understand what's actually playable for the average audience. Like, maybe it's because they had to repeat segments like this a million times. And that's why the How Long to Beat numbers are 40 fucking hours. Because that would start to make a lot more sense. Look at how much reach he fucking has when he comes out in the middle here. I don't know what the fuck to do if he ever happens to spawn in the middle. There's no counterplay to that. Which, that's a thing I'm gonna keep on harping on in every game I play. You must allow your player to have some means of counterplay against something a boss or an enemy can do, otherwise it's genuinely unfun. You're never gonna have a good time if you can't do anything about a problem. Okay, yeah, no, you straight up just can't go over him. So if he happens to spawn on this side, you almost have to take damage. Ew. Like, I'm just sitting here through this whole fight pretty much just going ew over and over again about various decisions they've made with this fight. It's not a good situation. That shouldn't be the primary reaction a player's having during a fight. Unless the thing is, like, grotesque or something, then sure, that saying ew a lot makes sense there. But while this thing's a little bit ugly, it certainly is not grotesque enough to be earning the ew reaction as much as it has been. I've almost got this, I just need to not botch it. Fucking die, you miserable fish. Yeah, at least it's living up to the title of Water and I Are Not Friends. This fuck water. Oh, hey, idiot finally got here. Hello again, soldier. I was trying to help our friends find what they were looking for. I don't understand a word of these writings, to tell you the truth. Of course, they're in feast. It was Badger, alright. He was there. Really? Will he help us? Where is he? Bayou, I don't think he's here anymore. Really? Seriously? I've ended up behind again. I knew I was taking too long. I mean, you couldn't have taken as long as I did jumping around that section up there for a fucking hour. What were you doing this whole time? Well, I can't complain. It's been exciting, to be honest. What will you do now without that scientist of yours? Chief? We have no other choice, Bayou. We'll stay here to find the cure for the barrage, and we'll take it to the land of the waterfalls. I suppose this is goodbye, then. Without Badriel, Huffin City is saved. The earthquakes have stopped, and the dam will no longer burst. Will you be alright here? We spent so long thinking we were cursed. Once we arrived here, we discovered that Badriel, a legend in our world, had become twisted over the years. A recluse in this place, and that his magic was in reality science that turned us into horrible monsters. It's not what we expected, but we've learned a lot. We'll stay here for a while, and then Bayou will take all these discoveries to our home. Yeah, of course I will. Thank you for everything. You humans aren't so bad. Thank you both. Well, thank you all. I'm feeling more capable by the minute. Take care. Hey, soldier, how about a race to Hafen? We've got good news to deliver. How about you give me that damn wind door before you run off and get yourself killed with it? No? Okay. I mean, I suppose there had to be a reason why we don't get the wind orb now, even though he's holding it. I assume, yep, this is gonna take us up. Well, at least we can leave this hellhole. You know, I can't help but note the trend in gaming that the water area is always the fucking worst area of every game ever designed. Like, having had it be proven right here as well, I can't help but point that out. That's the thing, I can't, like, point at a single reason for it either, because they're annoying in different ways almost every time. Like, the Ocarina of Time Water Temple is lauded as one of the worst places in that game. This place has so far been the worst place in this game. I'm sure there's other examples, I'm just not in the right headspace to point at all of them right now. And the thing is, since it's coming from so many different development teams and so many different places, it's not even a matter of... Why can't I fast travel? That's suspicious. Now then again, the guy wanted to have a race. He's back to the city, so I guess I'm actually gonna have to, you know, actually race back. Oh, and I'm expected to see this. So the order is final? They're not taking any chances. This unknown plague has the higher-ups on edge. So many souls will be lost. No, they'll simply meet their fate sooner. As will all of the misfits this planet harbors. Again, pointing out that it's a planet. I understand. That way they'll kill two birds with one stone. Questioning something, Leandros? No, only that. You've lost a Valkyrie. Nothing like that has ever happened before. They don't want to take any more risks by leaving you here. What will happen if Yggdrasil is discovered? Planting it was in violation of the agreement. Once I destroy the tree, there'll be no one left to judge that. Do what you have to. Get them away from Terra Gaia. I'm not going to waste any more time. Yep, that proves again what I was suspecting. Soldier, don't be afraid. Come closer. You know, the obvious little fucking pink hat sticking up out of the grass there. I'm totally disguising myself as a radish. No one will notice me. It seems fate wanted you to be here at this moment. Did you see the creature that just left? At the center of the world, there's a tree that may be familiar to you. Yggdrasil. I'm sure that on your world you've heard of it, or even managed to see it. Once planted, Yggdrasil supports the very foundations of the world until it dies, causing an explosion so large it takes the entire planet with it. That monster's purpose is to accelerate the process by devouring the tree's roots. If you want to save the lives of your friends and everyone else's, you'll have to stop him before he reaches Yggdrasil's roots. Not so fast. You can't enter the depths of this world yet. The heat is too great for you to survive. Find a way to protect yourself against the high temperatures and I will open the temple door for you myself. The entrance is located west of here. Hurry, human, your time is running out. Welp, I think I know where I need to go. I suspect I need to go to the fire temple. Oh no. I know what's gonna happen to you. Since they heard all of that, they're gonna fucking blindly rush off and get themselves killed. Okay, I've got all of your things already. Oh, okay, just put us back in the entrance of Hafen. Got it. The thing is, most likely we need to now go to the Fire Temple. But there's a couple problems with that idea. One, we can't actually get into the Fire Temple that I can think of right now. Because we tried to when we were doing our backtracking and we couldn't get in. The other problem is I may be on the wrong track entirely anyway. We also haven't been to the swamp that Yuder found, which is a little odd. So that may still be the direction we end up having to go. No. Kali the Pyromaniac, last seen in Spider Lair. That seems like it might be a hint. I mean, why wouldn't I be fine going back to Spider Lair? It's not dangerous there. I mean, you're both very good soldiers when you feel like being good soldiers. The fact that we have a side quest to go back to the Spider Lair does make me suspicious that we're meant to go back to the Fire Temple. But, I don't know. I'm sure something will indicate where we're meant to go here soon. Okay. Right. Right, that makes sense. You'd need to practice, right? Ooh. Ah, okay, so that explains where the mines are. Oh, well, that explains that. We are meant to go to the Fire Temple after what we're about to do. Which tracks, considering she said it was a temple. I thought we were gonna have to go to Fire Temple first and then go to that area we saw with the giant ornate door down below the Forest of Fur. This door down here. But I'm assuming this area then is probably going to either relate to our preparations, or Fire Temple goes all the way through all of down here. It may also be where the roots of Yggdrasil are. There's a lot of options for what that whole connecting area is all about. Brain. I'm gonna save the actual race with Uter till we have the Wind Orb, because I'm going to assume that the Wind Orb is going to give us some variety of mobility advantage. Let's see if we can upgrade our gear at all. Yes, we can. And I may as well upgrade our protection since we're sitting on a bunch of rock here, right? It's gonna give us more block stamina, which is all well and good, but I don't really block. It did change our barrier color, though. That's interesting. But what I'm hoping is that by upgrading that, it may like have a hidden defense stat and help us anyway. Do you have anything new to say? Yeah, unfortunately, he shows his bravely stupid side is the problem. Those pig bombs were actually useful, yes. Just don't get too big a head over it. Just gonna double check. Okay, I did buy the Tempest Mines key. Okay. So, I guess we may as well find the entrance to the mines. So we can find Edelher's sword. But first, let's figure out who we need to talk to about preparing for the Fire Temple here, just in case we're getting sent somewhere wildly different. Which I'm going to assume Javon's going to be the one we want to talk to. No, it doesn't have any indications. Okay, he doesn't have anything productive to say. So the engineer didn't know what to do. The most powerful and knowledgeable wizard around here didn't know what to do. Hey, second string wizard, you know anything? No, you are the solution to this problem, okay. Who do we have here? Take a seat. I see. The whole world's busy today. Are you planning some sort of party without inviting me? It's a joke, soldier. Relax. What, magical items? Yes, I asked Regard to put this knowledge into practice, so I'm putting together equipment with different magical properties. Resist high temperatures, eh? Yes, I have something like that around here somewhere. Just a moment. Left it right there. I can't see it anywhere. Oh, I know exactly what happened. That guy with the wind orb came, got that since he knew it existed before we did, and is now going to go die with it somewhere. Soldier, I have bad news. Looks like someone's taken the volcanic pendant that would have protected you from the extreme heat, without my permission. But don't grieve just yet, I can make you another. Let's see how it went. Ah yes, I see. Right, I've crafted the last amulet using an element that one of your friends was kind enough to bring to me. It can be found on the highest snowy peaks at the farthest edge of the western Tempest Plains. The element in question is frost fruit, borne by the frost trees. I'm afraid that if you want on the... Wow, they've done a real great job of fucking up these sentences lately. If you want to amulet, you have no other option than going to find it. If you decide to make the effort, I'd be delighted to help you. If you want to amulet... Bloody hell. I don't know if anybody else has noticed as we've been going, but the dialogue has been kind of falling apart in places, and I've just been glossing over it as best I can, but this one just caught me hard. I couldn't fucking ignore that one. Ah yes, something of particular importance. Collecting the frost fruit is half the task. When you have it, you'll have to come running straight back. Once it's plucked off the tree, it'll start to melt. So if you lose it along the way, you'll have to go back for another one. Right, that should be everything you need to know. Whatever you decide to do, I'll be here. I'm going to carry on reading while you think about it. Oh no. If it genuinely melts in my pocket, I'm going to be so cross. And on the one hand, fast traveling you would think would solve that, but I'm betting they've got it set up in such a way that you're not going to be able to easily fast travel with it. I'm almost certain of that. And there is one other thing that's kind of ticking at the edge of my brain about this whole situation. If Leandris wasn't gonna let us in the temple without a volcanic amulet, how is Idiot gonna get in there? Because sure, they've got an amulet, but they were not a part of the agreement. That didn't work. Interesting. So there must be something else we get that allows us to deal with small spaces, because that bomb clearly did not do its job. I don't know about nice, but we'll certainly get to see something about that at some point, probably. Or they'll gloss over it entirely, like they've done a couple odd things here and there in this game. But she said we have to go west. Means we have to go over here. I guess that means we're going up here then. Up into these caves on the side here. I guess it's a good thing my curiosity didn't take me up to these vines before. Well, now I've got an interesting question, video game. The fuck do I do now? I can't help but notice that there's a whole lot of nothing to the sides of me. Whoop, leap of faith. Okay, that's exactly what it was. It was just a leap of faith. Okay. Not the biggest fan of that idea, but you know, it is what it is. Thought I jumped clear of that, but apparently not so much. But I'm going to assume that this isn't going to be like a major dungeon size area like the last one we were just in. This is probably just going to be another actual like path section. Rude. You can have those. Goodbye. Okay, we're starting to see snow, so we're almost there, I would assume. Little birds. Nope, not bombable. Oh, great. Big Enormous is guarding the goddamn doorway. There we go. Level up. I'm so in the habit of using regular magic against the kobolds that getting used to using water on them is gonna be a bit of a thing. If I even bother to. Because while it does do more damage, it's not really that much more damage. And it's not particularly effective against so many other things that I'm like, I don't know if I care. So there's something ironic about climbing a mountain after dealing with a nasty and ultimately unnecessary platforming challenge. Oh, come on now. There we go. Oh. We didn't even have a full area about this. There's the fruit right there. Well, I know a quick way down then. Whee! I can still fast travel. So... You're damn right I'm gonna fast travel. And just hope that fast traveling doesn't cause the fucking thing to melt. Go, 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 go. Fuck. Dragon Sword's energy has melted the frost fruit. Hooray. Fuck you. I knew that wasn't gonna work, but I had to try it just in case they didn't think of it. Well, time for plan B then. Banzai! Jump like halfway across the damn level. Actually, I'm pretty sure that took us a sizable length of this place. At least in one go. Yeah, because there's the sign. So how much you want to bet there's going to be an extra boss fight or something along the way, and that's why they force you not to be able to fast travel? I would place money on it. Like, either a plot moment's gonna happen, or a boss fight, or something. Because otherwise, they're just being mean by forcing you to travel back rather than teleporting back. Which, I could definitely see them just doing it to be a pain. Since it's not that serious a distance. But I'm still very much reminded of fucking Monster Hunter egg carrying missions. Because of situations like this, and I'm very upset because of that, for lack of a better way of putting it. Considering egg hauling is exactly what killed the first game for me. Even though I then found out I didn't have to do the egg carrying at all, and that was a whole fucking thing. Am I even going the right way? There was no other way out of there, yeah? Yeah, that just leads to Spider Lair. So I have to cross through Spider Lair, then Tempest Plains, then Forest of Fur to get to Hafen. It's a good thing I opened a lot of shortcuts. I'm going the right way in here, right? Yes. Ow. I'm not really gonna have much regard for my own safety because we have potions. I'm just going to fucking go. Just full speed out of here. I swear, if I get like 90% of the way and the damn thing melts, I'm going to be so angry. Fuck! Fuck, I took a wrong turn! I read the map wrong. We're probably gonna have to do it again. Fuck. I had a twinge of suspicion as I passed the elevator shaft there. It's like, wait, didn't the elevator lead out of here, not walking? Uh-oh. Lo and behold, fucking missed my exit. Frost fruit has started to drip. That's not great. So I don't know how many warnings you get. But if we're getting the first warning before we're more than 2 screens away, I am very concerned. Especially since we also have to wait for the elevator to come back down and then go back up. I have strong fears. Basically, I'm pretty sure if I make another mistake like that, we might not make it. I don't know how generous it is, but I'm willing to bet it's not very generous. Are you fucking kidding me? The thing is, I know there's been other sections like this before, but I'm blanking on what they were. I just remember that there was at least one other really upsetting situation where you had to quickly rush a melting item through a platforming section, and it was really fucking picky. I'm just blanking on what game it was in, and I want to say that was a game I ended up giving up on because of that section being way too particular. Like, I think you needed to make it within, like, a few seconds. And for those wondering, yes, I've been in water form this whole time in the hopes that it keeps my character's temperature lower, in the hopes that it keeps the frost fruit cold longer. Since it is the glacial orb. I'm probably thinking too far, but it's one of those, I figure I may as well try. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually did that. But I am 100% willing to bet that I'm overthinking that. How much further do I have to go through this place? Pretty far. But after here is Hafen, so since it's only prompted that it started to drip, we should be okay. Depends on if it gives us only one more warning or if it gives us a couple warnings. Guess we'll grab that Beigel on the way by. Make this trip worth it. So far, so good. They haven't sicked any random boss mobs on me. The frost fruit is melting. Fuck. It's really feeling like it's gonna goddamn melt in my hands as I go to hand it to Sirfel, and I'm going to be so fucking upset. Because the thing is, that's gonna be exactly what was expected, pretty much. And that's gonna be the most upsetting part about it. Is, as usual, I will have called exactly what I don't want, and what I call will be true. gotta go real fast, gotta go. I'm not sure dashing is actually faster, considering there's that slight delay where you stop. Moment of truth's coming up. Is it gonna melt right as I go to hand it over, or am I gonna make it? I hate it. I don't know if the other way would've... Oh, fuck. Why did I fall through the stairs? I tried to jump up the stairs and the game said, fuck you, and threw me through the stairs. Which did end up being faster, so it's not a bad thing, but I'm concerned. Here, have your melting ice fruit. Quickly, there's no time to waste. Just a moment. But yeah, considering it's gonna melt in your hand instead if we waste time. Phew, that was close. Here it is, the volcanic pendant. Da-da-da-da! We got it in one trip. The other one totally didn't happen. Crafted especially for you by Surfout. Oh, this pendant will protect you from the high temperatures of the Fire Temple. I hope it's worth the trouble. It's such a useful little thing that you don't even need to hang it around your neck for it to work. Just keep it somewhere on you will be enough. I think if I left Zarga's army and set up my own item enchanting shop, I'd end up being very rich. What do you think? Oh, I can't stop thinking about it. Where have I left the other amulet? Anyway, these things turn up when you're not looking. If that's all I can do for you, I'll continue with my fascinating reading. That was a much quicker trip than I expected. I really expected more complications to that. Not that I mind. But I am left wondering... Is the swamp gonna be after the Fire Temple, then? Because it just feels so weird to me that we had that whole situation where Yudir fell into the swamp. We didn't have to go get him. And it just all got glossed over. Or after that. So, is the swamp just not even gonna be a thing? If so, why mention it at all? Okay, and it looks like we're entering the Fire Temple from this side. Okay. Interesting. I guess that door we found to the Fire Temple to begin with was a exit door, then? Which makes sense because there was that ladder we could kick down there, so yeah, no, that all tracks. It seems you're ready, brave soldier. I can't intervene, not in your battles nor that creature's, but I will open the temple door for you. Doesn't that still count as intervening? Because that is really helpful. It is done. Do not waste time. Save this world and with it your own people. You have gathered many souls and become stronger. If anyone can try to stop Ratatosk, it's you. So I gotta say, the amount of games I've had to fight an incarnation of Ratatoskr has been upsetting, and almost every incarnation has been a very upsetting fight. So I'm not looking forward to this. For those who were here for when I poked my head into the La Mulana randomizer, you know exactly why I say that. And for those who don't, look up that game, you'll understand why I hate him. So specifically the second game, the first one doesn't have any of that issue. Interesting. I mean, it is a fire temple, so I guess plants here would have to be immune to fire, wouldn't they? Okay. I lit this up. What does it do? I cook rock? Nope. I thought maybe I had to put the rock in the pot and then set it on fire or something. Okay, I just continue being Chief Break Everything. Got it. Question becomes, what did that do for... Ah. Okay, I have to push the rock into the hole over here. Got it. That opens both these doors, which allows us to progress. I didn't even know we had a problem. I just kind of happened to end up finding the solution first. That thing is marked on the map, so presumably we'll get something that interacts with that later. Who knows? Oh, you know what it might be? You know what might be a thing in this game? We may get stuff that enhances the orbs and makes them do more. That might be a thing. Because considering we already, for example, have the fire orb, but the fire orb doesn't do anything to these vines. And the fire orb doesn't like the larger pedestals. So it may be that in the various temples we may get enhancements. And that might be what makes the game longer. Oh god. Dragon, squirrel, fire things. I say squirrel because they sound like a squirrel and they move like a squirrel. But they've got dragon shape to them and they're made out of fire. So they're weird. I don't know what to think of them. Of course. If you found this, my unknown friend, I want you to read my last words. I won't lie to you, they're out of desperation. The very same sensation you'll soon feel if you venture further into the darkness of this cave. Such a bleak way to go. I've spent most of my second life trying to find a way to break into the mythical fire temple. Bewildered by these markings, I was far from noticing that countless creatures had closed in behind me and blocked my way out. Once I realized my grave mistake, I ran faster and faster and further inside. I've survived long enough to figure out that these creatures are vulnerable when exposed to light. However, when in shadow, the darkness they've become so accustomed to over the years fuels their violent frenzy, rendering them an unstoppable threat. This is my last torch. The blanket of light that protects me slowly fades while I watch. The eyes around me peering in eagerly, glowing more and more intensely, waiting for my flame's final sigh. Jonin 5. Well, he died. Now the best question is, how the fuck do I get out of here? Ah. Hey, you gonna help me out here? Thank you. I don't know what your deal is, but thank you. It's weird that a bunch of things in here are missing health. Like, I can only assume that they've, like, fallen in the fire on their own or something, and that's hurt them. But that would be weird, because they live in a fire temple, you'd think they'd be immune to that. But, what do I know? Clearly, I'm usually talking out of my ass about such things. Depending on how this area goes, I'll either continue through this whole area or we'll stop partway through. Oh, there's our rat friend again. You can open this door too? That was a trap, buddy. I don't know if you knew that. I'm gonna hope you didn't know that. But, this is not great. Judging from the panic, I would say he didn't know that. Interesting that they're coming out from the top there when they were shown to be looking through the door, but I guess maybe these aren't the things that were staring at me. Maybe they'll make themselves apparent after the slimes. It's almost like the slimes are jumping in from the stands, and that just seems a little weird. Okay, now we got things made out of fire coming after me. Still nothing coming in through the big gate, even though there were so many eyes in the gate, anyway. But I guess the lights are still on. It might be those things that are afraid of light hanging out in there, and once I kill everything, the lights might go out. Huh, those are immune even to water, huh? Interesting. I have forgotten how to kill those. Oh, there we go. It died somehow. I thought it was hit him with a sub-weapon and then they become vulnerable. That doesn't appear to be true. Okay, I heard it that time. Might just be that it has to be a strong enough attack. Yeah, nothing actually came through the gateway, so that's a thing. Why can't I damage this one in particular? I damaged the other one, but I can't kill that one. Fucking weird. I mean, I got one more thing I can try before I run away from it. Nope. Okay, whatever. That one's just gonna be allowed to live forever, I guess. Considering no matter what I do, it takes no damage. Okay, that's why you're here. You spew fireball. Got it. Yep, Ratatoskers got Dum-Dum. Cursed pest. Did you really think I'd sit by while you slipped behind my back? Ugh. Do I look like a Valkyrie to you? A fluttering fool bound to inaction? No, more like a giant rodent. How dare you? Yeah, that gets you thrown around the room. That's how that goes. Another bloodsucker. Alright then, I'll make this quick. Oh! Okay. Oh! Interesting. So Serfel knows how to turn into a rat. That explains the weird tail piece. I knew something was up with that, but I didn't know what. Step away from them, beast. You know, you're starting to become very annoying. Whatever you say, but touch them and it'll be the last thing you do. Big words for someone so insignificant. Don't underestimate the power of insignificance, monster. What? You heard me? Oh, how I despise you mortals, always punching above your own weight. I don't have time for your nonsense. Rude. Good. Looks like he's gone. I don't think the two of us would have been able to take that thing on. Melian! He's probably dead. Melian! Melian, can you hear me? I knew you picked up the other volcanic pendant, Melian. How could you? Why did you have to get involved in this by yourself? You don't need to prove anything. Heh, look at me. Relying on you again, as always. You must be fed up of it. You should just leave me here. I'll be less of a burden to you on the rest. Don't ever say that again. You know that you're all I have left since Mom and Dad died. I don't want the same thing to happen to you. You hear me? I miss them too. Is that why they never asked me to join in, so that you can take care of me? No, idiot. It's because I only feel protected when you're around. Because I know that no one would worry about me like you would. Oh. I didn't know. I suppose it's painful to talk about. Looks like all we have is each other, right? Don't ever do this to me again. From now on, we'll take care of each other, just like as Mom and Dad want. Deal? You and me against the world. Doesn't sound too bad. Deal. We should head back. If we don't take care of these wounds soon, they could get serious. You're coming too, soldier. Serfel, wait. Friend, you must stop him. Of course, that's what I do. Are you crazy? You want to go after that monster? Serfel, it's important. Something terrible will happen if nobody stops him. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into, but we can't send reinforcements here. I don't have enough material for more amulets either. You best be extra cautious if you plan to face that monster and come back in one piece. Come closer, friend. I have to tell you something. I can't use this anymore. I'd like you to keep it and continue what we started. You know what's at stake. If you just gave me this in the first place, you wouldn't be sitting here with busted ribs. Aeolian Orb. Activate this orb to perform wind attacks. Stoke flame beacons or interact with fans. Okay, so the beacon... Ah, I get it. You have to start the coals on the beacons with the fire orb and then switch to the Aeolian Orb to light the beacon. Got it. I see how it works now. Yep, apply wind element, etc. You haven't let go of that orb since you found it. Will it be enough to save him? Don't worry, sister. He knows how to take care of himself. Alright. We're leaving. Come back soon or off to Warrior Brigade. You know, I really wish I had your capacity to just kind of teleport around. You know that? Oh, this is broken. Great. But we have all the orbs now. And a friend with broken ribs. But, you know, that's just gonna be the way that goes. Ah, okay. The plants retract when we activate these in their vicinity. Interesting. So it's not so much we upgrade our orbs as much as we combine their strengths. That makes sense. I had a feeling this led somewhere. Okay, now we're back in the main section we were in before. We can use those windmills. We can stoke the beacons. There's a lot we can do now. Gargoyles are active now, so that's less than ideal. And apparently, yeah, they're just gonna gloss over the fact that he somehow got in here even though the door was shut. I still want to know how that happened, game. You can't hide that from me. He got through a locked door somehow. Though, actually, no. I think I can think of a reasonable explanation for how Melian got in here, actually. Because consider, Melian can jump like an entire fucking screen high. He probably just came in through the back door that I was trying to get in here through in the spider lair to begin with. But, you know, if he didn't decide to go fucking heroing off, he probably could have gotten us in there too, and then he probably wouldn't have gotten fucking slammed halfway to next Tuesday. Just let that be a general lesson to people. This whole run off and be a hero thing very rarely ends well. Don't fucking do it. And that's what I was afraid that was gonna do. Oh boy. This is gonna be a fucking thing. It burns. Everything burns. There we go. That's the Beagle I missed before. Oh, I think I get it. I'm gonna light this, and then the gargoyles are gonna activate, aren't they? Yep. Okay. Interesting how we're warned about things that hate the light, and yet here we are being attacked by things that are activated by the light being activated. Can't help but feel that they might have wanted to warn us about that a little bit, too. Okay, the bubble's up there. We can't reach that. Eek. This is not much better. Ah! There's gonna be a lot of fly by the seat of my pants through this place. Oh god. Just keep jumping. I can't help but notice that this game really loves to do a lot of different genres. We've just hit endless runner mode now, where we fucking can't control our speed. Okay, so we removed a bunch of plants that were in our way so far. We opened a door to get back up here, and I think that whole section was just to get that item. I don't see anything else down there. See, the thing is, as much as the wind mechanic has so far given me a few clench moments, I like this mechanic more so far than the water mechanic. And I'm only saying that because I'm assuming it's going to get worse, and I want to say something nice about it while it lasts. Another shard pouch. Basically, I may as well take a tour of turning on all of these beacons before I worry about going anywhere else. I wonder how many more situations we're going to have like this, though, where I have to combine the power of 2 orbs just to activate one thing. Though, considering we are currently dealing with a world-ending situation, and we're actually going to be in direct conflict with the powers that be, I suspect we're actually getting closer to ending this than the hours may have indicated. Because you don't just start having confrontations on a scale like this at the midway point, generally. Because whatever that voice behind the Valkyries is gonna have to get involved once we defeat Rantaskir, probably. Considering that was their whole strategy for dealing with the situation on this planet, was just to blow the fucking thing up, and they won't be able to do that anymore. So they'll have to actually do something. I'm curious about what's down this hole, even though it's probably a bad idea. Yep, it burns. Everything burns. Including me, especially me. Mages are flammable. Let that be your science lesson for the day. Mages are flammable. Make sure to put that in your notes. Yeah, I had a feeling this was a fight. The hell's your deal? Soldier, no kill. Soul want play game. Guess chest with reward. If right many time, soul give gift. Soul give gift. But if wrong, must kill. Want gift? Sure, why not? Choose wisely. You know what? Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun with this. Orange side of the coin? Nope, hang on. Twitch has decided no fun allowed. Are you done now, Twitch? Are you done having a fit that I can actually have fun? Yes? Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fulfill something that was asked for before, actually. Instead of using the coin. Let's gamble, shall we? See this D20 in my hand here? You probably can't really see it because the camera. I'm going to roll this. And if it's odd, I'll take the left chest. If it's even, I'll take the right chest. This is as simple as that. 15. It's odd. We're gonna take the left chest. That was correct. Gift closer. How many chests are there gonna be this time? 2. Okay. We'll roll it again. 12. It's even this time. That was wrong. Must kill. See, my instinct would have been to take the same side twice, so going with the dice was not the wisest course. But I figured we were gambling already. Why not add an extra layer of gamble to it? So I suppose now we'll never know what he was going to give us. Unless he's going to let us try again. Oh, yeah. Okay, we get to keep trying every time we win the fight, I guess. It's a 12 again. I wonder if it's set. I'm suspecting it's set. So we may end up having to fight until the die lands on a fucking odd number. Which adds an interesting wrinkle to this. I was wondering why there was only one gargoyle. The other one got lost. Okay, don't come up with a 12 again, you silly die. That's a 9. Okay. Gift closer. Question is, did it reset and are we back at stage 1, or is it set and it was just left twice? That is the question we're all asking ourselves. And as you can see, I am still rolling the die. The die is in my hand right now. It is right there. 4. Okay. Must kill. I get this feeling that playing around with this die is going to get me in a lot of trouble with this fight. But it would be entirely too easy otherwise, I suspect. But it was requested that I dice roll a decision-making game, and I haven't gotten to one anytime quick. So I figure we may as well spice this up with that instead. The other thought I had was I was going to give it to you guys as a poll, but I don't think you guys were that interested in that idea at the moment. 11, okay? Gift closer. 12 again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's literally gonna be left, something, and it is resetting every time we fail. Okay, that spell takes a little bit to cast. Got it. I wanted to try out the AoE spell since we had 2 enemies nearby, but not so much. Was that all? Okay, that was all. It's a 9 again, okay. Gift closer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's literally gonna be left first every time. And it's gonna be left again, but I'm gonna let the die decide. At least until this takes us a while. If it starts to take a long time, I'll stop the bit and we'll fucking do it properly. 17? No! It's not set. Unless this is just a lie in general. It may be that you can win the first one and the second one's unwinnable. And you're supposed to do something else. But I don't think they're gonna go that smart with it. I think it is just we got unlucky. We haven't seen these lizard men before. That's different. He's also not that great at chasing me. There we go. I gotta be careful. I doused my own lights with the water gem. Not that I've needed the lights, but can't hurt. So was it conveniently the left one every time the first time? 14. Yes, it was just... It is probably set to be the left the first time every time. Considering we finally hit the right and we got fucking screwjob. I'm gonna give the die one more chance. If it sends us back into the fight one more time, I'll try to do it on my own. Just so we might actually get somewhere. Not that I might not still... Oh, there we go. Enjoy gift. I guess he just gives up after a while anyway. Marathon Bandana. The Marathon Bandana allows you to sprint, helping you to move about quicker. Aha! You can run across lava at high speeds. See, with the caster, it at least makes sense because we're floating. I don't know if the other classes make as much sense. Oh, I guess since I stopped. Okay. Whoop. Okay, if I just never let go of the button, it's okay. Aha! I had a feeling there was something more to that, because it looked way too odd to have been just go all the way over there for just a regular little dinky chest with a coin in it. But now we have fast running, which should make that race with Yuter probably pretty straightforward. It'll also make getting around here a lot easier, actually. Is we can just run across the breakable platforms. Where do I want to go next? I guess we'll go down the hole again. Now that we can run across lava. Though I will say, it's not that much faster. It's a bit faster, but it's not like, holy shit, I'm so fast now. Okay, that explains where this led. Kick this ladder down in case I fuck up. Okay, that leads to a sand crystal, which then leads... Presumably, it's intended to lead me up here. Yeah. The fact that it led elsewhere is interesting, but we can worry about that in a moment. Because I can just go back and hit the crystal again. Okay, that just loops back to here, though. Huh. Okay. That was a choice on my part. Ah, that lowers the door up there, though. That's why you make that choice. Okay. Huh. How do we get out of this situation is the question. The answer is we jump. We do better than that. Jump, dash, and then... Huh. How was I able to... Wait, can I just... Yeah, okay. That's how we deal with that. Okay. I wasn't sure if we were allowed to dash on lava of that size. Turns out you can. So that went from being really scary to not actually being that bad. I want to go grab that chest right quick before I forget it's there. So far, that whole light mechanic hasn't really come into play yet, and I'm kind of wondering what the deal with that is. Oh hey, we finally got a potion pouch without having to buy it. Nice. speaking of nice, we have 69 health. Hooray. His funny number, yay. So exciting. I figured I had to draw attention to it, even though not really the kind of joke I go in for. Huh, this is still going, huh? Interesting. I guess maybe that's just a permanent fixture now. Meow. 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 Why? What's wrong with this guy at 6? I know it's not out quite yet, or did it come out today and there's something wrong with it? Because I saw it in the upcoming earlier today. Ah. 70 is a little high. And I'm assuming that's base edition. That's 70. And I will have to grant him this. People will probably pay that. So I can't be like, ha, they're fools for charging that much. They'll never get it. Because they will get it. They will upset a lot of other people in the process, but they will get their $70 out of a lot of people. That series is too popular for them to not get their money out of that. But the series is also popular enough, and it's a later version. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It's a later version of the game, and I was pretty sure they hadn't charged 70 for it in the past, so it's a little crazy that they're like, hey, yeah, we can get away with charging $70 for the PC version, right? But the thing is, that's not the first time they've done that either. I'm pretty sure they did that with another one, too. So I don't know if somebody over or at that company is just going insane, or if they just, like, really hate PC porting, so they're trying to discourage people from buying their PC ports so they don't have to keep doing it. Because that really almost sounds like active self-sabotage, charging that much. If it weren't for the situation where there's a version of the game where there's $40, because I'm assuming you're talking the original console version is 40, which sounds right. So having the PC version be 70 really just sounds like they're trying to self-destruct the PC porting of their product. Yeah. I mean, even day 1's 70 is a bit excessive. Day 1's usually 60. So I don't even know where 70 would come into the equation to begin with. Let's see, we have all of the orbs now. We have a full set of relics, so there shouldn't be any more gameplay mechanics added, aside from combining things. How do I get up there? Because you would think over here would be the way to get up, but I didn't see a way up. Oh, right, because we have to get around. Yeah. And the thing is, ordinarily things like that don't bother me at all, but from a decision-making standpoint, that one's just really weird to me. So I'm sitting here trying to wrap my head around the logic, and I'm not really finding logic there. That's what's getting me with that one. I'm ambivalent towards the next Disgaea game, because I still haven't even really touched upon 4 or 5 in a serious capacity. And at the rate I'm going with so much shit in terms of backlog, I probably never will. I would say someone hating, because I don't think they're desperate for money. Even though I do recall hearing a few things about them being in a little bit of trouble. I don't think they're in enough trouble that charging $70 for a PC port is justifiable. Nor is it a good choice for solving that kind of problem anyway, because all you're going to do is aggravate your audience. They'd be far better served by coming out and saying, hey, we're having problems. Could the community be so good as to assist by purchasing more and, like, fucking encouraging people to buy our product? That would be a better way to go about it than massively upcharging a version of their game. Am I meant to go over there to the left? And go up and over that hole? That's gotta be the way I have to go. That's the only thing left. I was checking to make sure that these doors were actually shut, and they are still currently shut. So I probably have to open them from the other side of them. I went the wrong way for what I was planning to do, but it's okay. Let's see. I just need to proceed as I am, and I'll get where I'm going. Except where I wanted to go is not possible. I need to go all the way back the fuck around because of level design. Now I'm where I wanted to be. Save the game in case I end up having to do that loop again. I may just chuck myself. Right, we physically can't go this way. I hate the way the map fucking goes through walls. It's gonna keep fucking with my head over and over again. It's like, I get it because I can see it, but at the same time, I hate it because it messes with me once I walk away from a place and I forget. And the thing is, once upon a time, I could guarantee to keep that in my head at all times. But at some point, I lost that ability. And I think part of it is because I'm not playing this kind of game all the time anymore, because I used to be all about this style of game. This used to be the main thing I played. So during that time, I was absolutely on my shit with all of these. But I play so many different things now that that ability kind of slipped, and it might also be just age, distraction, etc. I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to be going. Well, that's fair. It's more a matter of I don't choose what I remember in any active capacity. It just either stays or doesn't. I guess down there? But I don't remember seeing a way to actually go down. Yeah, that's where I was just trying to get to, but it's blocked off. That's this right here. We can't get to what I was thinking about because this is here. That's why I'm trying to figure out a different path, because you'll notice that blockage isn't on the map. And that's why I didn't remember it. It's not marked. It just looks like you can just carry Rudd on your merry way and jump across the hole. But that doesn't work that way here. So my only guess is I go down here. But considering the fact that we didn't go down there, I have to assume that there's something else in the way there, too. Because that's way too obvious a spot for me to have not gone there. Because while I've overlooked plenty of obvious things before, that one seems a bit excessive because I basically would have fallen in there at some point. Yeah, this is another case of the map showing us something that we can't actually do anything with. Because this is where Ratatosk went. He went down this hole. But we can't actually follow that yet. So us having the fragment of the map that shows that is giving us information we can't use. There's currently. So I am at an impasse of every pathway is blocked. Unless we can somehow get up into this area up here, which both the holes we tried to climb up into, we couldn't reach. Because they were slanted. Kinda confused. What is over here to the right? I'm also not sure how far right you want me to pan. There is, but we can't get there right now. Because this is all blocked off by being actual end of area. This is the end of that path. You're expected to get into this bottom section from here. But we can't get into there from our current position. We might be able to get into the top of here? But that'd be about the only other thing I can think of. So that's another thing that... Oh, yeah. We could, if we could, you know, use a ladder that is folded up, but we can't actually fucking grab folded up ladders because our hands don't work that way, apparently. Not all of it, no. No. We have a section of it available to us because we have a fragment of the map in our inventory. It is... See, we have Fire Temple Map 1, which, if we look at the map, you'll notice we have one of two over there. So there is more to this map than what we're seeing revealed here as well. But, considering we've opened every box we've seen, and we haven't seen any obvious paths to any more boxes, I'm betting we won't be able to get the other fragment of the map until later on. So it's not expecting us to go to somewhere we don't at least have a hint towards. So my best guess is I'm missing some means of getting up in here, and that is where I have to be. It's just gonna be a big pain in the ass. Because we already went back and did most of the things we could with dashing that I had perceived along our way. So it's most likely something involving dashing that we need to do. I just don't know what. Because the problem is, for example, this is the hole that's shown on the map here. There's no way in hell we're making it up there. That's just not really possible. Short of doing something very stupid that I would love to be able to do if the game would just fucking let me up there again. This is really stupid, but it might work. Ah, nope, I'm getting caught on the fucking ceiling. And I also lose all of the boost as soon as we leave the general vicinity of the wind. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I was thinking chucking myself up there with the push of the wind, but as you can see, that doesn't work. I really wish that the dash was not on this button right next to where I have to jump. It makes it really awkward. And I don't particularly care for it. But the problem is, here is the other gap we could potentially have gotten up through. But as you can see, that's above our head by enough distance that we can't really do that either, and all the walls near it are slanted, so we can't wall jump up there. That's why I was ruling this area out as a possibility, which led me to try to get through the blocked off section there, or try over here, but all of those are wrong too. So I'm really at a loss for where the fuck they expect me to go. The only thing I can think of is get to the top section of that, but I don't see how that would help me either. But lacking for other ideas, I may as well try it. I'm pretty sure we were already in that room too, and looked at that and went, there's nothing I can do here. Which is how we ended up in that stupid jump situation I was in the last place, is the fact that there was no clear idea as to where I was supposed to go next. And no matter how much lateral thinking I applied, I didn't get to anywhere either. Because my concern is that a lot of the walls in this room are slanted as well, so it's not like we can cheese our way up somewhere. Like, see, there's a switch and everything up there. But this side's laddered off, so most likely you're intended to go through one of the two doors, go around, go up, and go into the back of that, and then you get the chest and everything that's up there. So that rules that out as a possibility as well. So I'm kinda just stuck at the moment. I don't rightly know what to do. Usually we end up stuck like this because I either missed something or there's a mechanic I didn't understand. But as far as I can tell, there's not really that many more mechanics to be had. I don't think there's a spot where there could be a use for the pig bomb, so I don't think that's the answer. I'm just gonna double check the tutorial for the things we've collected to see if there's information we're missing. Yeah, see, I can place bombs. I thought I could, but for some reason it wasn't doing it. Interact with windmills to change the direction they're blowing. This tutorial listing is in a very weird order. Nope, nothing useful in there. Because it just lets us run across lava with this, so that's not really an answer either, because we've crossed every section of lava we've seen. Because otherwise we'd see a long hallway or something that we hadn't accessed. So there's something stupid I'm missing somewhere. Because we've used all the bubble paths we've seen. So that's not the answer. One of these doors is not actually closed like it's advertising or something. Is that? No, we passed that, and that was shut. Huh. Like, we have this once every dungeon, I swear. This is a lot earlier this time, where I'm sitting here staring at the map going, okay, what else do they expect of me here? Because we've lit every beacon we've seen, we've worked with every windmill we've encountered. Every single thing we could interact with that I've seen, we've interacted with. So what am I missing? Does this, like, lead to another bubble path somewhere and I didn't see it? Okay, but I'm pretty sure that's just how I got that item up there, so that's not an answer to anything. Unless it, like, led further this way for some crazy reason, which I'm gonna try just for shits and giggles. As soon as it lets me fucking back down there. This is where inconsistent mechanics start becoming a problem. Because the dashing is a bit funky. You need just that tiny bit of run-up, or it decides to be real weird. Either way, I'm pretty sure that water path doesn't actually lead anywhere other than up there, so that's not relevant. I don't want to look anything up. But I really am in a position where I almost feel like I have to here, because nothing on this map gives me anything to work with. And I don't feel like walking the entire goddamn place again trying to find it. The only thing left that I can think of is this one little oddity over here. But that's just where I put the boulder. So that's not anything either. Well, tell me this, since I'm assuming you're saying that because you saw something or something along those lines. Am I missing something obvious? Because something obvious is usually what I end up missing with these places, it seems, in this game. I usually just, like, run past something blindingly obvious somehow. So I would assume it's not a case of light every torch in this place, or that would be insane. Like, there's either a flag I didn't trigger, a switch I somehow did not hit, or it's gotta be something stupid along those lines. The fact that we've walked back through so many of these places as well makes it suspect about that, too. Uh-huh. And is that bug filed about this location? Yes. The thing is, I'm not really having a problem with my jump not working. The only jump I've seen looks completely undoable. Like, even with the help of the wind, it's undoable looking. But I'm assuming you're bringing it up because they're referencing that location. And it's the only thing I can think of is that we have to somehow do that. I mean, I can try making the same jump on keyboard. It'll just take me a minute to get a handle of the controls on the keyboard. Let me see what the controls are. Oh, okay, they did that. Okay, I can work with that. I don't like that, but I can work with that. Okay. I'll see if my jumping feels any different. Is the thing is, we can never really guarantee that bug reports like that are actually legitimate either. Because there's always the chance of hardware failure on the part of the one reporting it, player failure on the part of the one reporting it. There's a lot of options for why things like that could have happened. Exactly. If only 2 people are saying it, there is decent odds that it's just someone and their friend who both kind of suck at jumping and are blaming the controls. Because so far, I'm finding it a lot harder to jump properly on this keyboard, but that's mostly because I'm not used to this with this game. That is also fair, yeah. Because the thing is, it almost feels like this is intended to be a path. But the thing is, I'm not getting any different results than I did with the controller. Nothing about that felt any different, aside from I was struggling with the keyboard controls a little bit. So I don't think that's actually a legitimate problem. We have 2 jumps. And as you saw, it takes me both of them to make it to that larger chain. Even with a dash. Because even with the push of the wind, we don't actually get that far. It's like, see? This is the extent of our jumping capabilities. A single jump and then one partial jump over it. And we can use our double jump in any order. We can dash before double jumping and all that. Which is why I lend some possibility to this, and that's why I'm trying to dash into it. But the thing of it is, there's that lava there too. Unless they expect the player to make a complete run from where the other windmill is over all of this, go through here and then jump up from there, and that gives you like somehow some extra lended momentum. But I'll be the first to say that that's kind of fucking insane. The other option is you get some run up from down here, but you'll notice I don't get nearly enough height. See, and that's kind of the thing that makes something like this a little bit suspect, yeah. But you'll notice we can get pretty close. So it's just on that shaky edge of possible. It's a very similar situation to what I had in the water area, where I had a very janky jump I could do, but I was very quickly realizing I shouldn't be doing. Is like, you'll notice the better the timing I get on it, the closer we're getting. We're getting pretty damn close. But I don't think that's supposed to be done that way, because if you look at those walls, you can't wall jump on that. So I don't think that's the... I don't think that's the thing. I don't think that's what we need. Well, therein lies the problem, though, is what? we're back to square one of we don't know what the fuck we're supposed to be doing with this place. And that's what got me in trouble with the water area yet again, is I didn't see anywhere else we were supposed to be going, so I stubborned my way into continuing to do that. It's possible that that's a frame-perfect jump. And I hate the idea that that might be true. But since they've not expected a frame-perfect jump of the player before, I see no reason why that should be true now. But I don't know better. That's what's kind of got me in a weird spot at the moment. Of I'm not sure what to do with that. Is as much as we've done the fucking lap around the map a dozen times, I may as well do the lap around the map one more time. Yeah, no, I can tell you that just by looking at what's available. This place is gonna be a nightmare. Which, again, is exactly what I was saying I was worried about, looking at how sprawling and nasty that the water area was. It's only steadily going to get bigger and nastier as we go. Which is also what makes it believable that that is a jump we're expected to make. Yes, the green flower-looking things are fans. And currently we have the two fans on the upper floor here. They're both pointed our way. That one down at the bottom should still be facing the same way as they are. It's not really indicated on the map in any way. This fan got us across these pits here. That fan over by the chest in the bottom right got us back across after we got that chest. Which two on top of each other on the right, considering I could consider these over here on top of each other and these by the chests to be on top of each other. I would assume you mean the ones by the chests. Both of those were used to get back away from the chests that they're next to. After the chests were collected. And that's the thing that's bugging me, is I know what every single one of these fans have been used for so far. I don't know if they have a second use. Ends up being the concern. You're gonna have to be you're talking about the one above the chest on the bottom? I'm pretty sure I did go up there, yes. Are you seeing something on a map that's saying there's more behind that? I'm just gonna ask you directly on that one. I'm assuming that yes was to the first part. Stream delays making the responses a little questionable. You're saying there's something on top of that little ledge above the chest, and it's not where that fan above that area is? Yeah, no, that matches up with my map. Aside from... Ah, okay, I see what you're... I could have swore I stepped there, and that did activate a button there, I think, but I'll double check that. Because that would be just the right kind of stupid, obvious thing that would have been exactly the problem. I don't need to go this way, I should have went the other way. So I can fast travel over to that side immediately. Fairly easily. The thing is, I remember jumping up there, but I may have, like, somehow jumped over that button and not seen it somehow? Like, it's a stretch, but it's worth checking. And the thing is, that's the kind of thing that if you miss it, you could be at this for God knows how long before you figure that out. Yeah, see, that button has been pressed. That button is flattened. So this one's not the problem. And the thing is, I know I've hit a lot of buttons. Yeah, no, that's the other thing. Honestly, go ahead and send me that. Because if this place is that bad, I'm going to look at that. I will just not spoil myself where possible. Ends up being the whole thing. Because I'm not going to ask you to sit there and cut each section of the map out. Because that would just end up being a way too much to ask anybody to do. And inevitably, I was probably going to look up maps anyway to make sure of where a few odds and sods are. Oh, Jesus, this map is a thing. I don't think that one you're talking about is required. That should only be for that other exit up there. That said, I'm seeing something else that I don't like. I'm seeing actually more than one thing that I don't like. I appreciate that, Xeno. I assume you've just been busy with other things. Oh really? What'd you pick up? Because, see, the thing I'm seeing that I don't like is I'm seeing a switch that opens the very door that I need to get through. But I have no idea how they expect you to get to it. I've seen a bit about V-Rising, and it looked interesting, but I wasn't sure it was going to be a thing that was going to be worth doing by myself at all, or even in a very small-scale group. But if it's proving worthwhile, that might be a thing I actually turn around on. But no, I think we need to hit that switch. That's fair. As long as you're enjoying it, that's the important part. But yeah, no, that Evo's statement there is basically what I've been hearing as well. And even I've been going ew at the potential of it, because it could be very easily bad. I mean, yeah, the movement I wasn't too worried about, because I'm fairly familiar with that kind of movement that game has. I'm more worried about how to put it. I don't want to say the grind, but that's probably the most likely word to use for it. And I'll explain why I'm worried about where they expect us to go once I get there. I can't get there from here. That's more in line with what I'm thinking about, yeah. Well, yeah, early on in something like that, you're going to get a lot of things very easily. I'm worried about later on, is the thing. Because almost always those type of games start off with, oh yeah, you have plenty of everything you could possibly desire, and then the prices of everything start steadily scaling up higher and higher, because they're designed for you to be playing in a fairly sizable group. So the concern I have is, based on the way I'm reading the map, they expect you to somehow get up there. Okay, I'm glad you're enjoying that. I knew that game was alright. I just wasn't sure if it was gonna work out for you, necessarily. Well, yeah, you're gonna run into some stuff you can't deal with initially. Because, see, the piece of information that map gave me is that there's nothing else that connects up there. There's nothing that goes there. There is literally nothing connecting to that area up there, so the only way to get up there is from the room we're in. Well, it's not even so much that the item is the questionable part. I need that lever. If I don't activate that lever, we cannot progress. Is that lever up there opens this door. And if I cannot open that door, we go nowhere. As far as I can tell, nothing else is locking our current forward progress. I need that lever to open that door. But if you look at this room, you'll realize it's a lot of big open room. There's not, like, much of anything to jump off of or anything. Also, judging from that map, we actually lost out on an item by not gambling correctly. But there's not really anything we could have done about that. Because even if I had done it by my own guesswork, we may have still ended up getting it wrong. That would make sense, that it forces you to progress rapidly to stay alive. That fits in with what a lot of other people have said about it. So I guess they expect you to put the pig bomb there and it goes around? But I feel like that's a little bit tight. But that worked. The only thing I can think of is maybe there's like a hidden passage from this shortcut door here. From what I've heard, that's fairly easily done. Hopefully they don't stay mad, or that might complicate your life in the future. Yeah, this just connects back to the other area. The thing is, the only thing I can think of is maybe there's something up here? No. No, there can't be, though. I mean, that gets me more mana, at least. And we've experienced another significant drop of the stream. I don't even know if you guys saw me go through that door. Because I turned my head to check chat and then realized big red angry sign. Okay. So I'm assuming he got caught in the crossfire, or as you were chasing the other enemy. And that's how you ended up making him mad. That's normal. When it checkpoints, the game hitches a little bit, and I haven't figured out why it's done that since the patch. But the thing I was talking about is my little broadcast health thing went yellow to red to yellow to red during the transition from the temple to the forest. Because I think it was dropping a bunch of frames, because I'm up to 481 dropped frames so far today. Okay. So it may be that broadcast health thing's not entirely accurate. Or at the very least, I wasn't dropping enough frames that it was not broadcasting it at all. The thing is, I feel like I'm missing something looking at this. Well, yeah. If they would just let me reach my fucking arm up, I could slap the damn lever, but we can't do that. I'm gonna try something. No, you don't actually get any more height when you dash. I don't think. I'm pretty sure we're not going any actual increased height there. No, the hat touches and nothing else still. Unless, and this is another stupid fucking idea. No. We would need wind behind us to do that. Huh. Because the thing is, you make that jump, then you kick the ladder down. And there might be, like, a better climb on that side. I'm gonna try that a couple more times, and then I think we might end for the day. See if I can wrap my head around this some other way. Maybe the next time we do this. Let me double check that map and make sure I'm not being foolish by not checking enough. Because I kind of locked onto that when it told me that I needed that to open that door. Because I need the switch that's behind that to open that one to get to that. I've already gotten that. And you need to open that from that side, as expected. Okay. I've got good news and bad news upon going back over the map. The good news, we didn't miss much of anything. The bad news, we didn't miss much of anything. So that leaves us with the situation at hand that I have already put forth to us. We somehow have to either make it across this gap, make it up to that switch, or find some other alternative method that I don't even see on that map. But as you can see, even with a whole line of jumps and dashes, we don't really get there. But there's always the chance that it might be you need to jump in a specific order. Like, I have to... He can, just not from that angle. Oh. Huh. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Well. I'm glad I managed to do this at some point. Yeah, even the bomb doesn't know what the fuck to do with this situation. Oh, I've done it bad. I've done it bad. Oh god. I've put it inside the wall. I've done a terrible thing. Help. Help, the bomb is left. I don't know where it went. I have no regrets. I have zero regrets. I'll demonstrate, because I'm pretty sure I can repeat that. As soon as I stop missing the damn jump. The short version is I got stuck somewhere I didn't belong, and then I sent a bomb from that location through the wall. And it went on a journey where it got very stuck. So I stuck myself over here. I then, for shits and giggles, deployed a bomb. And it did this. This is a thing that happened. And this is what that weird noise you were hearing the whole time. Oh, now it's doing something different. There it goes. I'm glad this is repeatable. And he's gone. He's on his merry journey somewhere. That is exactly what happened. You didn't get as good a reaction out of me, because of course it wasn't as much of a surprise the second time, but that is exactly what mechanically happened. And if Evo did get a clip of that, I'm gonna want to post that clip. And of course, you'll get to see the direct reaction when that does get posted. And either way, I'll just go fish that clip up myself later, because it's gonna be easy to find if I do end soon, because it'll be right there at the end. I'm just gonna try this jump a couple more times first. Because I think... Yeah, if you start hearing me die laughing, I probably broke something. That's usually my, aha, I broke a thing laugh. Like, aha, you thought you could design this to be unbreakable. Well, fuck you, I broke it. That's fine. I'll just go clip it out with the highlighter later. You see, you get very close. So, as long as I stop reflexively doing it in the same order, you'll get to see what I'm thinking about doing. Because what I think might actually be the key to that is dashing before the second jump. Because in some games that actually makes a significant difference, and I'm not sure if it does or doesn't in this game. Nope, we went about the same distance, so that's not a thing. Okay, got it. That's not the answer. So, I genuinely have no idea what the hell to do with this. And short of looking up somebody else doing this area, I don't think there's any other way we're gonna figure anything more out right now. Yes. At least currently we can only dash horizontally. Whether we'll gain the ability to dash vertically as well? Maybe. Maybe someday we will. But no, if we could dash vertically, I would have done that already, as you would have assumed. That's why I was trying mashing my face into the wall on the way up. But the only way we can one wall jump is with a fan pointing at it, and we don't have any fans in that room. We actually don't have any fans in much positions to do single wall jumping around here so far. And there might be an animation cancel I can do to single wall, but I'm betting that's not intended. Because I'm pretty sure we would have encountered simpler versions of such a trick long before now if that was expected of us. So the only other thing I can think of for managing to make it across there is if there was just like a frame-perfect jump you were expected to make with that. Or that you could somehow make it to grab that ledge off of a single jump instead of a double jump. Because then you could preserve your double jump for on the way up and go higher. But since neither of those things work, and we can't like stoke the flame on this to go and give ourselves a boost. There's no sand crystals here, so we can't make platforms. If I could just get my dash cooldown short enough to be able to dash off the wall again and go higher that way, that would also work. Because you notice we get very close, but we don't reach it. That's the case with almost all of these, is we get close, but not quite. Just as a final, for the fuck of it, I'm gonna try the keyboard and see if this was the kind of thing people were complaining about with jumping. But you'll notice we're basically getting the same results. So I don't think that's an issue. Or at the very least, it's not an issue we're having with my controller. It may even be that they're using like an Xbox One controller and there is an issue with that. With the amount of hardware in the world, it's anyone's guess whether that's a relevant issue or not. Hell, they might even be using like this weird, shitty third-party thing that nobody knows what the hell it is. That's also possible. Choice. I've had a few of those. But I'm at a loss at this point. And that leaves me with the question of even next session, what are we gonna do then? Because it might end up being like the situation with Halfin Dam and such, that fresh eyes will make me notice something that I missed. But considering poring over this map and someone else's map, I still didn't see the answer, I would file that under suspicious. I don't think that will actually get us anywhere. There's of course no guarantee that I didn't miss something somewhere. There might be... I'm gonna try something stupid. Something just hit me looking at that map. I just realized something. I need to check to see if something's still active. If it's not still active, we may have missed something very stupid. And I'm going to be relieved and cross. Yeah, that's not active anymore. Okay. I might have something here. Because I noticed before that this sand crystal over here had a pretty long reach. Wait, there's also bubbles to the left. Hang on, there might be two different things here that I missed because you're under constant pressure here. Let's follow this bubble path first, because this might solve our problem straight up. And I might be really mad in a minute here. Yep, I'm real mad. I'm real fucking mad at myself. I knew it was something stupid. I knew I was missing something fucking stupid. I knew it was gonna be something stupid. Because the thing is, my memory is indicating to me that I checked that. But I think I know what happened. I think I know exactly how it went wrong, and as soon as I'm done fighting these guys, I'll explain. What I'm pretty sure happened is I followed that bubble path when we were there initially, and there was a vine here. I didn't see that this vine disappeared, so it didn't make the connection that this area is open now. And I then did not connect that the bubble path I followed led here, and this was also where I was trying to jump up to. But either way, we got there. We got somewhere. Which, a useful thing that person could have put on that map would have been where bubbles go. Because that's a big fucking key to a lot of these situations, is where all those hidden bubbles connected to one of the main ones goes. I'm just glad it wasn't actually expecting me to do any of those jumps I was fucking around with. And I'm also very grateful that I did not fuck around with those jumps as long as I did the other one. I'm not saying put, like, big fucking bubbles the same size as the other ones. I'm saying just put, like, little blue dots along the path for them. Not even, like, a full dotted line of them, just periodically have a couple of them there, so that people that are looking for it will see it, and you'll gloss over it if you're not looking for it. That would be a massive help for people looking at that. But at the same time, that's also hand-holdy enough that I don't mind that they didn't do that for that map. Okay. Also, didn't even consider the fact that the volcanic pendant would actually be a equipable item. Didn't even look in here. Since they said it could be used from the pack, I just didn't even consider that. But since we actually got past that problem, we may as well keep going for a bit longer. So I'm not that out of it yet. And this will balance out the wasted time of fucking around trying to figure out where the hell we were supposed to go. When, as expected, it was literally just missing something very simple. Well, and very easily overlooked. And I can thankfully, once again, use that very handy skill I have of forgetting things that I just saw. Yeah. Okay, that's how I get up there. By doing one of these. And the thing is, that did get me some insight into a few things about how the game works. It just didn't get us anything actually in-game mechanically useful. Now that one's a little less oh. You know that jump I was trying to do in the water temple? Guess what's actually fucking useful now? That fucking jump I was trying to do might actually be required here, unless there's another robot again. Which there might be. There might be a robot somewhere. But this will allow me to demonstrate for those who were not here for that, what the fuck I'm talking about when I was explaining that whole thing. Give that in a minute. Is what I was trying to do was I would jump towards a ledge very similar to this, but bigger. So it was more of a pain to get around. From a robot just like this, actually. And I was trying to jump under it, dash under it, and then wall jump off of it to get somewhere. And it looks like this one it'll actually be doable and actually mean something. Yeah. basically do that move, but ignore the fact that the robot I'm standing on right now was here, and I then had to cross this gap further, was what I thought I had to do. Turned out I didn't have to do that at all, and that robot that I'm saying ignore actually existed. I just didn't find it initially, and that's what led to that whole aggravation. But now we can kick this ladder down, activating the shortcut, and this sand crystal's most likely how we get up there. Ah, we get up there from the bottom. Once the wall jumping stops borking. There we go. Now we get up there, we open the bottom left door, and that makes all of this make a lot more sense. Which, I was suspicious of what I was trying to do because I knew that that crystal was there. Okay, flamethrower turret. But again, my stubbornness kicks in sometimes at really awkward times and goes, I can totally make this jump that I don't need to make. Because most of you here know me well enough to know that I can be stubborn about the dumbest things sometimes. Just because it's a case of, I know I can do it. Or at least in theory, I can do it. Because skill-wise, I'm pretty sure I physically could make that jump work. But game mechanic-wise, that's clearly not allowed. Oh, I think I know why those things are injured now. Because you'll notice they lost a bunch of health when I lit the area up. I think that's what that guy was talking about in the note about the darkness making things stronger. I think they just get enhanced health in the dark. And they become their normal amount of health once you light them up. That's less than I was expecting, but mechanically that makes sense. Okay, so we've been through that whole area. We can now go down here, break this open, correcting that issue. God, the thing is that it's always so infuriating after the fact, though. Because I'm now just sitting here kicking myself about that. Just like the water temple place, but I'm less aggravated about this one because that wasn't as aggravating a jump. But now this whole area cracks open like nothing. Genuinely, as long as you don't miss anything observation-wise, this game is incredibly straightforward. And that's what makes it frustrating when you miss something so obvious, because you know that this is that straightforward. But by the same token, if we hadn't had that at moment, we wouldn't have found the weird little we'll get stuck thing. Now, I get where you're coming from with it being more annoying when you can't figure it out. The thing is, I felt like I had figured it out, and then I was proven wrong. And as much as I hate being right, I also really do not like it when I'm proven wrong. And it would appear sound alerts have broken for some reason. Nope, there it goes. It was incredibly delayed. So I saw it pop up, and I'm like, okay, it'll happen in a minute here. And then it still didn't happen, and I got very worried. Either way, hey Spanky. You're just in time for me to have managed to make a fool of myself twice today, not even once. I appreciate that. On the whole, things are going great. Just a matter of I feel a fool because I missed an obvious thing in 2 dungeons back to back, which made us waste like an hour of our lives. How are things on your side? And yeah, that's fair. You did forgo your traditional high. That is a point. I feel that. I feel that on a deep level. What was that notification I just accidentally dismissed, trying to get rid of a different one? That might actually been something important. Ah, okay. No, it wasn't anything important. Good. It's so easy when a new notification pops up on top of the one you're trying to get rid of to just end up throwing away a different one. On a phone. Okay, so we've got an important door over there. We don't have the important key for an important door. We can go down here now. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this looks like what I figured. It's gonna be a fight. Yep, I was wondering when our typical dark insert thing here fight happens. Hmm? So it's not over then? Alright, wouldn't want to disappoint. That pose, okay. Alright, Power Ranger Razor. Alright, what are you weak to? Don't care about water in particular. You're using the same move one of the other guys had. Are you gonna be weak to wind? No, you're resistant to wind. Okay, that makes sense with the moves you're making. Looks like he doesn't have any particular weakness. As you would think, being in the fire area, he'd either be weak to water, or since he's resistant to wind, he'd be weak to sand or something. Though, he does look like he's using lightning, since the purple, but that's also the same color they use for the dark element they've got going on for some of these guys. Wow, that hit hard. Drink potion. Ah, I thought I was out of range. Here, have one back. Okay, that didn't hurt him much. Dark Axe didn't do much. Meep, meep. Okay, the alchemical bombs take on the element you're using, it looks like, because that was very purple for being the normal green firebomb it was before. All in all, this guy's not super dangerous. Until I start fucking up like that and start eating all kinds of stupid hits because I'm making fun of him. Eep.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Oh, I don't see so good, so I missed it.
Behind you. Oh, he's powering up. What the hell's that gonna do? Okay. Ah, okay. Sure, I totally can respond to that. Yeah, sure. Ah, I see. I need to be in the middle. He's doing something.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
I can't help but feel that that one's not my fault, considering I can't see shit.
I'm in danger.
This is annoying. I don't know what the fuck to do here. Considering, you know, I can't fucking see. There we go. I was getting real worried that that was never actually going to end, and I was expected to do something in the darkness there. Which I did see the prompt to counter his attack, but trying to do that when you can't really see where it's coming from, or the timing for anything, would have been a problem. Ow, 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 Jesus Christ, I think I'm gonna die, because I can't regain control. You're just locked in if you get caught on that, and that is pretty bullshit. Because I was mashing every button that would allow me to move, and it was having none of it.
X-Men, welcome to die!
Okay, my regular attacks do reduce damage to him too. So anything other than regular or magic is the way to go here. Got it. Yeah, we may as well try out the fire turret because it's new. Oh, Jesus.
You bad rebel to a
And apparently his hitbox is taller than he is because I couldn't jump over him there? I don't know if anybody else caught that when I got stuck even though my whole model was above his head.
Well, he's dead. Real shame.
That
He
was
will be
fucking
missed.
weird. And now my timing's all kinds of thrown off because of repeat failure and, of course, everything being weird there. So I'm trying to parse what transpired when I somehow didn't jump over him even though I was over him.
Kill them all.
I would love to. I don't think any of my sub-weapons are really going to be particularly helpful here. So I've tried most of them, and a lot of them have done a lot of nothing for me on this fight. His pattern is also different than it's been the last couple times. He's being a lot nastier now. I guess he was playing nice the first time. We try the Sand Mortar. That worked on the Dark Whip. It's a nice passive weapon to use. And I know sand does at least decent damage to him. No, if I had to do that, I would have given up on this game a while ago, with the other nonsense this game's done. Because the last main boss was also pretty bad. All in all, like I said, this fight so far is not actually bad. It's a little problematic in that he doesn't have a weakness, so I can't push through him as quick as I did the last S-Dark enemies. And he does a lot of damage, but his attacks aren't terrible to try to avoid. It just starts getting annoying once he has the ground spinner going along with everything else. Because then you have no time to really get anything done either. I feel like I'm fighting goddamn Gyro Man. Ooh, evasion saved my life there. Like, by rights, I should have died on that one. Okay, that does negligible damage as well. I mean, they're a good thing to just go back and replay periodically. Sometimes he just gets a real good fucking combo on you and you just die. You just fucking die. Because his pattern just happens to land in such a way that he throws the right combination of attacks back to back. I mean, unless you play them constantly, I don't think there's really any getting good at those. They're kind of more you've memorized it than you've gotten good at it, in my opinion. Especially the really... Wow! That did a lot more damage than I anticipated. I know the ground attack hit me, but apparently he did 3 different sets of damage there? The ground attack, his dive, and then something else also hit me. Unless that hits twice? I'm not really sure on that one. That was pretty nasty. Yeah, I saw 3 damage numbers, so I know at a minimum I got hit 3 times. I'm just not sure how entirely. 'Cause I think it technically counted him as throwing his weapon as well before I finished being stunned from the first hit. I think that's what the problem was there. But that is, of course, at best a guess, given the pace at which we got hit. Okay, bomb didn't work. Here, have a pig. That actually kind of worked. I could do with a holy hand grenade right about now. I guess I've got something close. They apparently can't solve this. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, that was different. Plant in like it's a fucking yo-yo. See, it's when he starts doing that shit that it starts becoming a problem. That was bolder than I feel like I had rights to get away with, but you know what? We got away with it, and that's what matters. When the game lets me have that early enough that would be physically possible. Because we only received that in the last dungeon, so that'd be a bit of a reach. But that'd be funny enough, I would be willing to consider the concept. If somebody cracks into the game and gets me a randomizer or something that will allow me to start with that. So I basically would have to start with it for that to be playable. Yeah, he moved. That's what I thought. Yep. I was worried about timing that one. I mean, I've already got plenty of things to write a strongly worded letter to them about. Just most of them not particularly kind words. Specifically shit like this section of the fight. So, my counter was foiled by my own evasion ability. Are you fucking kidding me? He's just gonna do it again? This should not be possible to just immediately follow up by doing it again. Come on now. That's not okay. Nope. I don't have the stamina to take that hit straight on. I need to actually counter it. Because that's what the blue flash means for those who weren't here when that happened. You can counter an attack that flashes blue. The problem is, I need to time it right and not have my own evasion proc and fucking cuck my counter. Which, as funny as it is that that works, that's not very helpful. Fucking hell. even as annoying as that happening was, that was funny enough that still restored some of my good humor for this situation. I'm kind of okay with that. Oh, his fan strength's gotten a lot stronger. Jesus Christ, why? Wait, yes, I needed the purple one. Shit! Oh, I saw it happening, but there was nothing I could have done about it at that point. As soon as I committed to going left, that was over. Problem was, I was trying to cycle back to the healing fruit, but I missed it, and I can't go backwards because up is use it. I could have gone into the menu had I thought it, but you know, kinda in the moment, slight panic. So here we are doing this fight for the 4th time now, I think? Not counting the time I died instantly, because that's not really a fight. That was me just getting my head kicked in. Yep, I knew I jumped too early, but again, once you're in the air and all that, it's kind of over. Jesus. Maybe they can come bite his ankles for me. That went well. I don't know what the fuck I keep thinking I'm gonna do there by jumping at him when he does that. Aside from, as we've probably all noticed, the more aggravated with a fight I get, I start getting steadily more aggressive. Because, you know, I'm annoyed, I want the fight over, but all that does is make things worse, not better. As we all know from actually thinking at all. But sadly, that doesn't stop up the anger from being like, no, you can go kick his ass, do it. It'll work. Show him who's boss. Doesn't help that the dive itself, even before it hits the ground, does damage. This is where not thinking gets you. You become part of the blender. It's not great. I'd ask how many of those things he has, but I think we know by now. He's got 4 of them. I've seen 4 in the air at a goddamn time. I thought I could get a shot in before he started this, but of course, no, the game gives him priority over everything I do. Yeah, no, not usually. There we go. I'm just gonna select that ahead of time, since inevitably I'm going to need it at the rate this is going. To see, the last major boss was a problem, but at least it had a fucking weakness I could do real damage to it with. This guy's problematic because he just will not fucking die. And he does a lot more damage than I do. Okay, the fact that it can fucking stop like that's upsetting, too. Oh, speaking of upsetting, here comes the not fun part. Not that this whole fight's that fun, but at least it's fucking counterplayable. This I got really no answer to, aside from buying time. It's so hard to time that when you can't fucking see him till he's coming out of the mist right at the end there. You'd have to fucking time out the attack. There we go. From when he starts. Oh, and that doesn't even end this, huh? That just fucking makes that attack not kill me. Great. Great, I'm so glad that that's so worth fucking doing, game. Thanks for making that a rewarding counterplay. You fucking kidding me? I got so thrown off by how bad that was that I couldn't fucking keep that moving. Who fucking thought that was okay? Genuinely. What's the point to countering that, then? All that does is give you a tiny window to do a little bit of damage to him, when you would otherwise have to keep waiting, and you instead still have to keep waiting. At this rate, this fight pretty much turns into, you just need him to do a less aggravating pattern, and then the fight works out a lot better. Because sometimes he just decides to ride right up your ass, and there's not a whole lot you can fucking do about it. Because he just rips through your health. And now that he's in an awkward positioning, and I'd have to reset him to undo that, which I'm not thinking enough to do, we end up losing most of our healing potions just getting out of that situation. And if I could just remember the button inputs for these fancy fucking skills I've got, I would actually use some of them. But remembering this in the heat of all that shit happening is not exactly ideal. Let's see if the projectile slowing thing does anything to his attacks. Yes it does. Okay, this might actually be really helpful then. Depending on how long it lasts. Yeah, because it makes his projectile slower than he is. Costs a lot of MP to use, though. Oh, that's gonna be the dangerous part. Is it makes his ground own attack really fucking weird. And I don't know where that second one came from. Did somebody see him throw a second one there? Because I genuinely didn't, because I was too focused on the weirdly slow-moving fucking ground attack and trying to swap to the mana potion to solve my mistakes. Oh, I understand now. I didn't notice that before because it wasn't an issue before. I was too focused on explaining that. Some of his throws stick. That's the issue. Some of his blades were getting stuck in the ground. That's what I hit. It's very hard to see, but it's there. Because the blade kind of blends into the background. And I think that might actually be happening because I'm slowing him, because he wasn't doing that before. I think since I was slowing his projectiles, he wasn't landing on the ones he threw, so he didn't pick them back up. They stayed stuck in the ground. I don't know if that's a bug or an intended counterplay. If it's intended counterplay, that's clever. If it's a bug, I'm upset. Because you'll notice it's not happening now that I don't have it slowed down. It's hard to tell, because, like I said, the fact that it's not happening now makes it seem like it's deliberate, but it may also just be a bug that happens only in that edge case. So I'm willing to agree, but I'm also willing to accept that that is a possibility, that it's not supposed to do that. And I think I'm just kind of annoyed at them, so I don't really want to give them that much credit right now, is part of the issue. Because they have made some questionable designs, which makes me doubt that they are that clever. And since this is a mid-boss, I'm also not entirely sure if they would make one be that complicated. But since you would have to have that ability by now, it would make some sense for it to be a possibility. God damn it. I was trying to turn and throw the bomb, forgetting that he's immune during that anyway, so it wouldn't have helped. The fact that he can throw that far. It just starts getting really out of hand once there's two blades on the ground. You have no fucking maneuvering space anymore. I'm just glad he doesn't still have them out when he's doing this part right now. Voiced on my own animation. Is basically this fight becomes really fucking hard to heal during becomes the main issue. Because he starts just covering enough of the arena in dangerous things that you have to keep stopping to avoid instead of healing. Nope, not time. There we go. So I'm basically trying to do the same thing in return to him, is make the arena dangerous enough for him that he has issues of his own. That mortar might actually be the hard counter to this guy. I should have used that sooner. Which is ironic considering it was so good against the last one, too. Well, that's the thing, is it's effective against these guys, but it's kind of crap in general because it's a stationary weapon. But in arena fights like this, it's useful because it tracks the enemy reasonably well. And, you know, it's set it and forget it, which is always good. But I think we've got it this time, as long as he doesn't decide to get too pissy with his pattern. Which, you know, incoming pissy boss mode. Which I'm not gonna fucking let him do. We're done here. First that monster, now you. Did it really have to end like this? Well, I can't set two of them up. I can only have one at a time. But I can throw one in one corner and guard the other. But the fight's over, so it doesn't matter. Ah. Okay, I now have a leech life ability. Good. And we get the key. Boss key. Ah, there we go. I was about to say, okay, game, how do you expect me to get out of here? But I think, rather than push on to the end of this place, I'm starting to hurt my throat a little bit with the yelling I did earlier, which, you know, that's my own fault. And I've been going for 5 hours. I think I'm gonna call it good there, but let me just check to see if anybody's doing something that I'm interested in sending a raid off to. If not, I'll go ahead and finish this area, and then we'll call it. Let's see. I'll roll the dice. We'll go ahead and finish this area. So I'm not that bad off. And I'm assuming that that key is going to be... Well, it's not going to be the end of this area, almost certainly. But it'll move things along. So we'll go a little bit further. Light and dark, our path doth go. Our fate will... God damn it, game! You had to cut it off right as I was getting to the end of it, didn't you? I didn't close that. It automatically closed on me. Because I was a little focused on the fucking gargoyles approaching from every direction to read it as quick as I could have. But they expected you to just fucking read that whole thing fast. In light and dark our path doth go, your fate it is met with stars aglow. Yeah, they really just cut that off fast. I'm a quick reader, but that did not stay on screen long at all. Judging from the amount of torches in here, I'm assuming I have to light all of these, judging from that and the message. Okay, that didn't do anything. Maybe that was not anything then. The whole automatic message closing thing, yeah. It's good and bad. I tend to prefer when they let me choose when it closes, but I've definitely had times where it was useful for it to close automatically too. So I'm very on the fence with that. Yeah, I know I have enough relics for that. I don't want it. We're one level away from being able to get more stuff opened up to pick from, so I'm gonna just wait for those. Yeah. And especially, like, cases like now where I'm reading it out loud, I want to read the whole thing in one go. So, it gets very annoying having to keep restarting it and having to read it faster. I don't understand. I feel like something should happen here. Like, I would have figured that lighting all that up would have at the very least gotten rid of that plant. Apparently it doesn't do that either? Yeah. Now that makes sense as well, that it would still happen either way, because you're still reading it, one way or the other. Reading out loud tends to mostly help people who read too fast, because it forces them to slow down. That's what I was taught, actually, back in high school, as far as that goes, because I used to read way too quickly, so I would end up stumbling over my words trying to read something out loud. Alrighty, Spanky. Hey, have a good one, and good luck with work. Probably will still not be that much longer a stream. Especially since we seem to be at an impasse yet again. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like this should have done something. Because after all that, for that key door to have only gotten us like 2 feet does not make a lot of sense. I suppose there's a doorway back where that fight happened, too. I don't know. Yeah, because this isn't open either. And of course this is still here. Of course, can't bomb it out of the way to make things more convenient either. I guess we can check where that fight happened again. Though I thought there wasn't a door to our right there. Even though the game's indicating that there is. Need to go the other way to get there, though. Probably should resupply. Because otherwise I'm going to run into a situation where I don't have enough ammo or something in order to break open what we need to, or we'll run into another boss fight by surprise and have no healing, etc. down the line. So was there actually a door over here? No. Game? What do you want about? You're telling me there's a door there, but there's not actually a door there. No? Considering these torches are awkward to hit, I would almost assume that I need to light these to make something happen. Ah, for fuck's sake, game. You gave me the other one, why won't you give me that one? There we go. And that did a lot of nothing! Hooray! But I'm not crazy, you see on the map that there's a doorway there. So why won't it open? It can't be bombed open, it can't be gone under. Our attacks do nothing. There must be a switch or something that opens it, and we're just not able to do that right now, I guess. Wouldn't it be a hell of a thing if this was a puzzle over here and it bugged out? That'd really suck. I mean, I suppose there's always the possibility that maybe I don't need to light all of them? That'd be weird, but possible. And the only reason I even consider not lighting all of them to be a possibility is the fact that with the water orb we can put out torches. So it makes me wonder if that's a thing they expect. Light and dark our path doth go, our fate is set by stars aglow. Am I supposed to, like, match the symbol on the bull's back with the torches? That wouldn't be physically possible with what we've got here. I'm gonna try dousing the outer ring, just for shits and giggles. No. That didn't work. It's not like I can light the bull's eyes up or anything, so that's not the answer. Thing is, there's enough combinations here, potentially, that I could be here all day, so I'm not gonna sit here and try that. But it is very odd that this didn't do anything. This feels way too intended for it not to do anything. And it also feels very strange to have one of those vines there without a bonfire in range to get rid of it. So that indicates to me that there must be another way to get rid of it. We've also got a door that won't open. And a short... Oh! Duh. Stars aglow. It has to be these specific stars that are down here. So it's got to be the bottom left 3. That one up top on the left, but not the right, and those two. Okay. Brain's a little slow, but Brain's there. Those are correct. That's correct. One of these needs to not be lit. Possibly two of them. Okay, the bottom right three need to be all off. So this one's wrong. So that's correct now. That's correct. It must be like one of these needs to be doused. Yeah, there we go. I knew I was missing something yet again. Oh, that seems less than ideal. Oh, hooray, my reward for solving a puzzle is a spinal injury. Well, we did the thing. Now we're here. At least they gave us a different music track now. It won't fix my spine, but you know. It's a thing. I am feeling very unrewarded here. That won't pay my medical bills. Okay. Go underneath that. Over here. I will what? Okay, Xeno. Have a good night. Interesting. Cannot seem to harm the crane. Oh, I will pay the bills. Just unfortunately, they're not providing me the funds to pay the bills. No, I accidentally a puzzle while I was fighting enemies, apparently. Fixing a man's spine is not cheap. Okay. I'm now a slime. I guess I don't need to worry about a spine if I'm a slime. Where the hell am I supposed to go with this? Well, we got here, I guess. I'm not sure why this was here. Oh well. I will frolic and taunt the enemies as a slime until I see a purpose for this. Or I need to do something else. This is working far better than it should be. Uh-oh. There's an evil wizard down here. But he is no match for the slime. Farewell! Okay, I'm gonna end up paying for this bit in a minute here if I ain't careful. Oh. Okay, I need to wall jump up here. That's a problem. Oh, that's lava. Okay, fine. Slime mode deactivates. That bit went on far longer than I feel like it had any right to. But I, at the very least, was entertained.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
As usual. God damn it. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Speaking of playing myself, I think I might have done it again, actually. By changing that wind, I think I may have caused myself a complication. Yep, sure did. Sure fucking did. Turn that around. 'Cause it made some parts of this easier and some parts of it miserable. This doesn't seem great. Yep, that's about what I expected. Oh, that's different. Fucking corruption beholder over here. Who hurts a lot, Jesus. Calm down. You don't need to fucking do that much damage, buddy. Interesting. Presumably there's a block above I'll be able to drop through there or something. Crab has launched his claw into the sky. Okay, that switches those doors around. I did not mean to do that twice. But it certainly confused my enemies, so you know what? Take it. Now we pull that switch, which switches those doors, but it gives me access to a block. So I need to go back down and switch the door again. Good. Pull this block out, and on the other side, and away it goes. Ah. I know this game doesn't let you crush enemies with blocks because we got something stuck on an enemy's head before, but I was really hoping I could have dropped it on him and killed him. Because from that height, you'd think it would do damage. I don't think it... No, that one doesn't switch the ones that are up there. It's the... God damn it. I need to switch the ones behind that door. I was doing the right thing, I just... Ah! Why does it have to be up on the stick that fucking switches levers? I need to pull that one. So that moves that door. Fucking hell. Now this will be in the right setup for us to do the thing it wants us to do. Thing we presumably need to do to open that door there. Beep. All of that just to push one fucking switch down to open a door. Bloody hell. I'm gonna need to dispose of him before I can do this, because otherwise he's gonna knock me over while I'm trying to go across. Oh, that's fucking rude. You're gonna have to dash the whole way, including when you bounce off walls. So if you don't jump high enough, you're fucked. I disagree. I fucking strongly disagree. Potion first, dum-dum. If I don't heal, I'm gonna fucking kill myself doing this. Ah! Why does it have to be on the button right next to jump? Why? There we go. And we're done. That wasn't as long or as bad as it could have been, but it still was pretty bad. Because as you saw, minor mistakes meant going all the way back to the start of that segment. Which is why it could have been a lot worse, because it could have been a lot longer. And I honestly thought we were going to keep having those enemies in the middle of it, which would have meant I would have to jump them and keep jumping the path with proper timing. Since there's not really much stopping when you're dashing, because if you stop, you die. I hate this sometimes, because the game hitched when it gave me that checkpoint, and that's what made me stop dashing and killed me. I wonder if other characters have the same problem of needing a lot of space in order to start running. I would assume so, since the rolls are about the same length as the teleport. This is how we get that Baigu. Except, that's a hell of a jump. Deal with that later, then. I'm pretty sure that's a doable jump, it just was a lot. Save game. Watch the frame rate die. Anybody else go live? Let's have a look around in this part. I keep going like, okay, I'm gonna stop now, and then it's like, but I can keep going. Ah, that's how you get to that. Okay. Oh boy, that's gonna be a jump. First, why did it... Well, I know exactly why it gave us a tiny run-up for that. Because they don't want it to be easy. They want this to be a huge pain in the ass. There we go. Now we can see the rest of this hellhole. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying we're not finishing it tonight, because, yeah. There's a lot of map. There's where the spider lair entrance is, though. Yeah. Presumably that's where the end of this place is down there. Unless they expect us to backtrack and go in there, and that's the end of it. Which is possible, too. That would technically be the center, more likely. But, I don't know. At the very least, we're going to be expected to get down into that dead end at some point. Do I want to deal with that jump? I may as well. It looks bad, but I don't think it'll actually be that bad. Yeah. Do I go for the Beagle? Not really. We can deal with that later. That's a big cauldron. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's not great. That's the opposite of great. Go fast, or it's gonna get toasty. And the ledge grabbing might have just fucking killed me. Depends on how much further they expect us to climb. And how fast they expect me to be. Oh, fuck me. Oh, well, fuck me again, huh? Okay. Oh, come the fuck on! This is a lot. This is a fucking lot. Okay, no. We're dealing with that at the start of next time. Give up. That is a lot. That's not gonna be that bad, but that's gonna be a lot. And after the way the water temple went and everything else leading up to that, I'm done for the moment. 5.5 hours of that is, I think, a fair amount. Especially considering the last couple ones were only like 3 hours. Where are we going? No problem. Really gotta stop ending at 8 o'clock. Eight o'clock really sucks. Thing is, I've had a lot of skips, so I don't want to skip again. I've got a couple that I follow that are live right now, but I didn't check their stream at all myself yet. I marked this so I remember to check them at some point, and I'm not just gonna blind raid into them, especially not after what happened with the last one I blind raided into, which was a fucking mess. And that leaves me one I've raided a lot, and not raiding at all. So I guess I'll just go ahead and raid Jen, even though I've raided her a lot. And I don't like just repeatedly raiding the same people. It's what I got, so I'll work with it. She's good people anyway. So thank you all for putting up with me losing my mind a bit today, and those of you that stuck around for the whole thing, I don't understand how or why, but thank you. And basically, I think that covers it. I will not stream tomorrow. Thursday is a maybe. And probably back to business Friday. What is going to be a little up in the air. I I would not be surprised if we do another session of Outward this week. I just don't know what the plan is with that, because I did not talk to Xeno about that yet. I'll probably talk to her about it tomorrow. That will likely be Friday or Saturday, like last week, but I don't want to promise anything since I haven't talked to her about it. Other than that, I have no other special plans, so whichever day doesn't end up being the collab will be more Soldiers. If the collab doesn't happen this week, it'll just be more of this, probably, unless I find something particularly interesting between now and then. Other than that, go be good to her, or as you've been to me. Bye.
So, that should be good. I shaved? You shaved, Kev? Oh my god! How are you doing?